is going on, chat? It is I, once again, Galactic Streamlord, coming at you live, straight from the Galactic Space Station. Hope you're all having either a fantastic day and or night. About to get right to it, as it's quite late, and I've got a whole lot to cover, so let's start it off with a little motivational speaking. Alright, let's see here. Yes. Yesterday we started with poetry. Today we're going to start with motivational speaking, which I suppose you could also see as poetry, but it's in the form of a montage, which makes it feel much... I don't know, it feels more like motivational speaking. You interpret it however you like. Hopefully, it's enjoyable. Alright, I hope that was inspirational for everyone. On to the more serious stuff. By the way, if you didn't know who that was, that is actually a famous tennis player. I believe he won the world championships, like Shizuo something. Anyway, where are we in my list? I have so much stuff that we're just immediately going to skip over. Here, yes. Well, we're going to start with climate change. Okay, this video is actually, we may have watched part... Oh, they're using the same footage, but it's a different... I believe it's a completely different video, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I re-added the same video. Alright. This is from... Make sure I do my job. This is from NBC Bay Area legal war over at-risk Oakland hillside from a day ago. It was all right. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. It was just okay. No big deal. Okay, I'm just trying new things every day. Okay, and your feedback is appreciated.
As the forecast is more rain this week, and that has one group of neighbors in the East Bay keeping a very close eye on this hillside that's right behind them.
An elaborate drainage system that was put up in place decades ago after the hillside first crumbled and damaged a number of homes is now failing, and they can't get any help repairing it. As NBC Bay Area's Jackson Vanderbecken reports, the hill is being assaulted by water from above and below.
When I first bought the house, I bought it as a single professional, loved the house, fell in love with it immediately.
That was 17 years ago. And for the next dozen years, Kathy Mulvaney's love affair with her home never wavered. Until her garage flooded and kept flooding for no reason.
The patio and its crack.
Kathy's backyard patio began to buckle, and she had no idea why. No one told her when she bought the home about what turned out to be a heavily saturated hillside above her. So she went with her neighbors to demand answers from Oakland.
We're concerned about the stability of this hillside and our homes. You know, what can you do about it? And immediately it was directed to the city attorney, and it was, this isn't our responsibility.
Like, I have no idea, like, who this woman is, but aside from the fact that she owns property here, I just can't imagine that. Just suddenly one day realizing, oh, my property is slipping down a hillside along with a huge hill that's right above me. It sounds incredibly scary. I see chat. I see Nightbot claims Joe Biden is 25 years old. Nightbot, that is wrong. That's definitely wrong. It's much too young. You can't even be president at 25 years old. That's just a fact.
Because the hillside is private property. But Kathy's research confirmed the source of the built-up water is from an underground stream that builders blocked way back when they constructed her neighborhood. The backup triggered a landslide, and she learned that prompted the city back in 1942 to install an elaborate system of underground pipes to drain the hillside water safely. Some of that water flows today into this brick-lined cistern. And then the street, it runs day and night, even in the heart of summer, when it hasn't rained for weeks. But 80 years after it was built, one expert says the system is no longer fully functioning, with most of the original pipe network now failing.
The water is built up. Water is not your friend when it builds up in the ground.
Berkeley geotechnical engineer Alan Kropp is Mulvaney's consultant. He says his tests confirmed,
at least in this particular station. I mean, like, groundwater is good, right? Let's be real. But I think he just means in the context of architectural soundness, which we can't disagree with, especially when you're not maintaining your infrastructure.
Once innovative.
You were lurking left past 10 to drop the... Aw, thanks for dropping the link, BCat. I appreciate you.
Drainage system is nearly completely clogged with debris.
If the water's not drawn out and it's weak,
we gotta pause it because 26 is still not old enough to be president. That's just factual information.
Progressively weakens it further. That's a problem.
Kropp showed us a drain pipe from a similar hillside system nearby, so we could see what happens when pipes start to deteriorate and fill up with soil and debris.
I am very concerned that this could lead to another slide.
After being turned away by Oakland officials, Mulvaney ended up suing, which has become one of multiple lawsuits involving Oakland, Mulvaney, and her neighbors. City officials would not comment for this story, but a retired judge is acting as a mediator to oversee the fact-finding in the dispute.
There's the primary movement.
Of course, private mediations never go awry.
And then the secondary movement.
Meanwhile, Kropp warns that while the hillside isn't moving fast, it still poses a serious risk during a quake, and will keep getting worse if nothing is done.
That slow, steady damage could still be pretty significant for houses, for sidewalks and streets and other things.
For now, Mulvaney and her neighbors are left hoping that there will be a solution in time to avoid more damage. Jackson Vanderbecken, NBC, Bay Area News.
Okay. Well, get back. Oh. Why is YouTube always spoilering my plans? Okay. Anyway. Hopefully, that wasn't too much of a spoiler. But not that it matters because it's important. So forgive the way I've just phrased that. This is a live video. So we're not going to watch the whole thing because it's 40 minutes long. But this was live video from AP, which is the Associated Press, of course, of the aftermath of Texas wildfires, which have been a scourge on the region lately. '28 is much closer, but still not legal age to be president. Although I would prefer it if that was the case. Yes. Target the like button with all we've got, Captain. By the way, to all of you here already, since there's nothing really happening in this video quite, I'm gonna skim through it a bit, but I'm gonna sneak peek you something that I've been working on behind the scenes, which we're gonna do even more of later. You get 5-second sneak peek. Are you ready? You get to try and figure out what this is. Wait, click the wrong one. Okay. Okay, sneak peek over. Sneak peek over. Alright, I am going to scroll through this though a little bit, see what this video entitles. Just, it appears to be a bunch of different shots. I'll show you a few of them. Just of a number, this looks like a winery to me, or some kind of orchard. But it's just, they're all scorched down, as you can see. No more grass left. No more leaves left. All these trees are burnt. And by the way, hello wireless mic, I see you as well. I think I said hello to you, but I can't remember, so I'm saying it again. As well as to you, Moanup and BCat, if I didn't say hello to you specifically, hello. Yeah, my ADD's already gotten a hold of me. Focusing on too many things at once. Something gets forgotten. So yeah, this is the aftermath of it. There's no more fires going on after, but you can clearly see the devastation. This farm right here, destroyed. This is affecting people. You know, even in a place in Texas where you don't think of like fires, because there's not, you don't think of there being that many trees there to catch fire, but there were enough. Okay. Glad to have you all here, absolutely. Okay. Thankfully we didn't have to stare at that one too long, as it was pretty cut and dry, if you will, on what was going on there. But yeah, just consider like those two different images, right? They're completely different, right? One was a fire, the other was a landslide, or a landslide incoming, right? And it's so it's so stark. It's like these people are watching something, they see it coming down the line, right? Which is a giant hill above them, an entire community that are in danger of being swallowed up by rocks and mud. Who knows what? You know, it rains just hard enough one time and blam. Anyway, we're just gonna watch the their own, like the Associated Press's own wrap up of that video, so that should take about a minute. By the way, for context, it says, I should have read this, I forgot. I thought they were going to talk, but AP never does talk. It would seem they always just write down words and I have to read them, and so that's on me. I'll try it again. Thankfully it's a short video. Wildfire flames menace multiple towns in Texas. Canadian Texas? Is that a place? Canadian Texas? It seems like an oxymoron. But okay, I'll accept it. A cluster of wildfires is scorching the Texas Panhandle. One of the blazes has grown into one of the largest in state history. Jeez. Fritch, Texas. Here, I'll do it in a Texas accent. The flames blackened the landscape across a vast stretch of small towns and cattle ranches. Is that helping the experience or hurting it? What do you say? Texas A&M Forest Service said the flames were about 3% contained as of Wednesday afternoon. Okay, cool. Well, by cool I mean terrible, but we got through it. Good job, everybody. Wait, what is happening? Oh, shit. There we go. Announcements? Stream announcements? Do I have... What? Do you have an announcement for me? What's the announcement? What's the announcement, Moen? Up. I'm waiting with bated breath over here. By the way, I'm like 93.5% done with the Discord until I launch it as a community. So I put this up in the corner. That's the new updated one. Okay. Next video, we are moving on from the environment for now because I know that environmental has been doing some great work there. So if you want to see some good videos on environmental stuff, check her out. But we got so much stuff to cover, I figured I wouldn't deal with too much of that. But at least we got a few different perspectives from around the United States. This one, now we're switching over to some stuff relating more to schools. This video is ABC 7 Bronx Medical School receives $1 billion donation to ensure free tuition. I'm sure many of you have heard about it. I think it went pretty viral.
Albert Einstein College of Medicine will be tuition free.
How about that? An incredible surprise today for students at Montefiore's Albert Einstein College of Medicine. $1 billion donation will provide all of that free tuition for all of those students.
A lot of mouths just jaw open, can't believe it. The donor, a former professor at Einstein. Her donation will go down in history as one of the biggest charitable donations ever to an educational institution.
Eyewitness News reporter Lauren Glassberg is live in the Morris Park section of the Bronx with today's story. Just incredible, Lauren.
Incredible indeed, Liz and David. So many happy students, so many relieved students here on campus. You know, it is really expensive to become a doctor. $60,000 a year tuition here at Albert Einstein College.
Thank you, Mommy. Seriously though, like it kind of grosses me out just how excited they get over philanthropy, but then can't get behind simple government programs, and it forces the world into this framing of we just need to put our hands out to the rich and hopefully things will get better, but it's completely random and there's zero system to it. It's just based upon the whims of people with money, just based upon a decision made by a capitalist one day just because, for whatever reason, and it's ridiculous. You know, not that I don't appreciate the sentiment of what's happened here, or that I somehow disapprove of what she's done by giving these people free college. That's crazy. My point is that no way should we be expecting for or fighting for that world. It's basically just altered carbon. But, you know what I mean? Like, we just haven't figured out the technology yet.
Medicine that does not include room and board and other fees. So the announcement today of free tuition, it's simply transformative.
The Albert Einstein College of Medicine will be tuition free.
It's a gift that's both surprising and spectacular, a $1 billion donation to be used for tuition for all students going forward at Albert Einstein College of Medicine. And the response today was utter joy.
And, I mean, of course it was.
Is a former professor.
Of course it was, right? Like, I mean, all of us could agree. Like, if that happened to us, we would be thrilled. You know, medical school, as it turns out, is incredibly expensive. You know, And so, yeah, those people are in tears. Some of them, not all of them, but there's a portion of them that are immigrants whose parents may be poor and struggling and things like that. And it's just like, yeah, of course I support this, but can we not have our world be this dystopian, like, Dickens tale? What happened? Go Web, go.
At the medical school and current chair of the board. The money came from her late husband's investment in Berkshire Hathaway, an investment that is now changing lives.
My parents are immigrants, so they worked so hard for so long to, try and put me through college. And I think just for my family as a whole, it'll have such a big impact, and it takes a lot of the pressure off.
Julia Zhang is all smiles today, as is Nick Garvey.
Exactly, but wait, who said that? Is that B-Cat? Yeah, depending on billionaires is what got us here, right? Depending on them to save us has been our downfall. Luck and occasionally charm, says Mono. Yeah, this is all good stuff. It's great, but cringy. Exactly. Okay. I don't even know if I'm gonna finish it while I look at my next
think 60K
video.
for the tuition and then more for living expenses and rent. So probably altogether, I think I'm saving now like $180,000, and then with interest, probably more to $500,000.
Sean Wu says this takes so much pressure off his family.
My dad, he currently works as an Uber driver, so he doesn't make a lot of money. So this has been like a huge impact on my family. Yeah, that's
exactly.
like
This man's father is a Uber driver, and now he's not going to pay whatever, some six-figure sum in school. Thing. Jesus Christ. By the way, just so that we all remember, everyone in Israel gets free college and health care. Meanwhile, we give them military aid. Riddle me that. How is that possible?
I just call my parents, and they're super happy about it.
Some students may now consider going into less lucrative fields like internal medicine, and others say it sets them up to pay it forward.
I was thinking, if someone handed me $1 billion, would my first thought be to help medical students who I don't know? It's really inspiring, and it makes me want to give back in the future.
And this $1 billion donation also opens...
Wait, chat. Am I the satellite of news? Is that what you're saying? I'm the satellite of news, huh? I'll take that. I'll take that description all day.
Or for students who are really just too worried about going to medical school because of the financial burdens.
No kidding.
This would allow them to pursue their dreams of helping other people.
Okay. Switching. Next, we're still sticking with school-related stuff. You know how I like to do things. I try and keep it themed as we go through these. I just hate the fact that I have to switch my mindset back and forth between all these topics, and managing to focus on one at a time and connecting them in one or another way helps me out. Oh shit, I forgot to reorganize these though. Oh, I almost got in trouble with myself. Okay, I gotta remember not to forget that. Don't let me forget, chat. I have put stuff out of order. How would you know? Anyway. How do I do this then? Yeah, I'll do this one. This video is in...
After failing to reach a...
whatever. It's just a global news video. We'll let them tell it. It's very short. This is the satellite of news, and I'm the captain. Well, toot toot, everybody. Buckle up.
Over the weekend,
News train.
Local 3903 and its roughly 3,000 academic workers are now on strike.
We know from the Auditor General's report that the upper administration gave themselves really big salary increases, while we were all illegally forced to take 1% increases for the past 3 years during the pandemic.
One of the main points of contention is over wages, specifically those lost due to Bill 124. The Ford government's legislation suppressing public sector wage increases recently ruled as unconstitutional.
We have retroactive wage increase demands. Like many public sector workers right now, we have demands that are really aimed at just helping us to catch up so that we can afford to eat and pay rent.
York University is no stranger to job actions, and Peter Flaherty has been through 4 of them while teaching here, including 2018's, which lasted 4 months.
Well, Captain Lord needs some hydration, so watch the rest of this without me. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Political situation, the economic situation today is quite different. I'm hoping for a short strike and a fair settlement.
Still, as supportive as students may be, they're naturally concerned about how a strike will affect their education.
Like right now, some of my classes are suspended, and I don't know what's going on about my lectures. I just want to finish school as fast as possible, so I feel like this gig might go on for like weeks maybe, and it's going to delay everything.
They're fighting what they want to fight for, the fight for their rights, but as far as me, like, I just want to get by this year, to be honest.
The university's administration wouldn't agree to an interview, instead issuing a statement saying the university is ensuring that students' learning needs remain the top priority. Contingency plans for all other aspects of university operations are in place and will be activated as required.
Cool. That was 30 seconds, right, chat? Wasn't bad. All right. Well, I think we can say pretty clearly that we should be standing in solidarity with those people, unless anybody in chat caught something unexpected throughout that in the 30 seconds that I was gone. But it seems like 1% through the pandemic is bullshit, considering everybody was screaming essential to these people. I'm no doctor, but that seems fucked. Okay. Onto something. Whoa, dude. Just chill. I swear to God. Tell me that didn't move it. That just bugged the hell out of me. Oh, that makes me so mad. Oh, it didn't. Oh, thank you. Alright, next one. Similar seriousness, I would say. Maybe even definitely more serious, but still relating to schools, but in a different place. As York, I didn't give you context. York is in Canada, if you weren't aware. So that last video we watched was from Canadians working at York University. The next one is Oklahoma students. ABC News, they walked out over the death of Nex Benedict.
Today, students held a peaceful walkout at a Tulsa, Oklahoma high school, and this was in response to the death of LGBTQ+ student Nex Benedict, who died one day after a fight in a school bathroom.
This is all happening just one day after police released surveillance video of the altercation, which shows Nex walking into the girls' bathroom. A faculty member soon follows, and then the fight is broken up. It's unclear if the fight actually contributed to Nex's death, though. A cause of death has yet to be determined. Our Maria Villarreal joins us now. Maria, we see there the students organized the walkout, demanding action following Nex's death. What exactly are they calling for, and is there any timeline where we can find out how this death occurred? I mean, that's the biggest question right now.
You know, it's interesting, Kira and Terry, the district attorney's office in this area just sent out a statement not too long ago talking about asking the public really to give them time to continue their investigation. At this point, they feel there's been a lot of passion on both sides of this case, a lot of frustration as well. We saw that obviously in the walkout video that you just saw happening there in that town. Obviously, this has happened earlier today, was a peaceful walkout. And really what students are calling for is a full investigation where there is accountability and transparency. Many of them spoke out saying that there were issues at this school long before the death of this particular student. So they obviously want accountability there. They want things to.
Now, I don't know a lot about the situation. This video is from 2 days ago, and I believe this happened not that long ago, and I'm only just catching up on the situation. However, like, I've already said it once in this stream, so I'm afraid of being repetitive, but I am not a doctor. That's just where I'm going to start with this. But usually children don't just die from nothing, right? There's usually some sort of cause. That's just me. Anyways, back with this tragedy.
Change in their school.
We just want the word out that this isn't okay. Our children are scared to death to go to school every day, and something has to stop. And hopefully the school board will take it seriously, because our children are dying. They are dying.
So obviously there, a call for accountability and transparency.
Where are all the children protectors and the pro-lifers? Oh, right, they're the ones on the other side of this, causing this problem.
But right now, so far, the school district has stayed pretty quiet about all of this.
Yeah, and Maria, it's so important, you know, to get the answers right in this case, because as you found out, talking to people, people are scared, people's emotions are running high. You know, what's next to determine the cause of death at this point?
You know, Terry, so we know that a preliminary autopsy was done, and then also the results of that was released, where we saw that they don't believe at this time that the trauma from the actual fight was a cause of death. However, that is not an absolute. And in a lot of these situations, we see, because the public is so adamant about wanting some sort of answers to be released, the police definitely give out what they can, or for that matter, the medical examiners give out what they can in the moment. But that is not an absolute. That is not them saying that they have an absolute cause of death. So as of right now, we also know that the Owasso School District, Owasso School District was actually served a search warrant. And that was performed by the local police department, where 137 photos were taken, 2 swabs inside the bathroom, all in conjunction with this investigation. So that clearly shows us that the police department in this case are far from being done in their investigation, which also means we don't have a cause of death. So I'd imagine we're going to see a little bit more investigation here. Timeline, you can never tell in these situations. They want to take their time, but they also know there is heavy pressure.
I feel like they are trying their asses off at not saying that it was caused by the attack. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I just realized something. Oh, it's there. It's there. They're non-binary. I'm sorry, chat. I was about to potentially misgender somebody, and instead of doing that, I decided to use Google. So there we go. Anyway, what was I even saying? I was saying a thing. I just find it disgusting that they just keep framing it as if, like, as best as they possibly can, that it's just this amorphous, ununderstandable reason that their death occurred, right? Instead of it being they were attacked by a group of people, and it's just disgusting. So at least maybe I am jumping to conclusion that they're the ones being thoughtful and whatever, introspective, and I'm saying things without knowing enough about the situation. But once again, I'm no doctor, but usually kids don't die for no good reason, and you would think there might be some causality here. They don't even seem to be attempting to draw that line, so it's a little bit gross. Sorry, everybody.
From the public here. So again, I think with all eyes on them, there will be full transparency, hopefully, in this case.
All right, and we know you'll be on it. An important case. Maria Villarreal, thanks very much.
Okay, that was it. Like I said, we stuck with schools. Like I said, but it was a completely different topic. So hopefully you all managed to get through that okay. Next, we are going to stay in the United States very quickly.
Tonight, dozens of
Okay. Now, this is a video about migrants in the Bronx. And we're just gonna, well, you know, we're just gonna let this play because it's another really quick one, and I'll just make some comments as we go here.
migrants found living in the basement of a store. Sound familiar? Well, we reported a similar story last night in Queens, and now the same thing in the Bronx. And it is the same guy who is housing the migrants. The city says it's illegal. Eyewitness News reporter Jim Dolan on where things stand tonight.
They are moving all they have in the world again. Dozens of migrants from West Africa paid $2,400 deposits and $300 a month to stay in a tiny retail space in squalid, dangerous, and illegal conditions. This man translated for one of the migrants.
He said the place is not good because the bathroom is outside. So anybody going to the bathroom, like you say, and then you're gonna go smell, and then whatever they use over there. So the bathroom is not, the condition is not good.
Inside there were 45 beds in the small, poorly ventilated space, and police say they were
Damn, 45 beds. That is horrific. These people coming from another country, and because we don't have the infrastructure, they're forced to live in squalor, and that's terrible. You know? And it's this sort of self-fulfilling prophecy of like right wingers, like of the policy of right wingers, and the, what do you call it? Like the predictions and the like the criticism the right wingers always have of like liberal cities and blah blah blah. It's like, oh well, when you don't when you don't create the infrastructure and you continue to like make things like housing and healthcare like commodities and cause people to like do irrational stupid things, you know, then like bad outcomes start happening for people, unintended ones and intended ones. And when sorry, I'm just rambling, but I'm gonna finish this video and then I'll say more things.
charging electric bikes and scooters inside, but the men paid their rent.
By the way, I'm reading YouTube chats right now, and I see Wireless Mike saying that muted doesn't count as views, so that's good to know. One thing I wanted to say, though, because of what Mo and Ope had said about hours watched, I just want to thank everybody here. Like, I've already gotten to over 200 hours, and the stats lag slightly, so I may very well be already over that. But it resets those hours every year, I believe, and so I just wanted to say I really appreciate you all. You've been blowing up my channel and watching things enough for me to be moving fast. I believe, without looking at it right now, you need 4,000 hours watched before you can monetize these days, or 5 million views on a short or something. And I'm like, I think hours watch is probably gonna happen first. But who knows? Who knows? Anyway, yeah, that's unrelated to the video.
And had no idea they could be kicked out because the space was being used illegally.
He don't know about the law, so the only thing he know, he have place to live because he's cold outside. You don't have no choice. You're gonna take it.
The owner of this space, who is taking rent here and taking substantial deposits here, owns another space in Queens that was also housing West African men. A vacate order was issued there yesterday, and the owner spoke with...
Unless you're monetized already, Mike. If you're already monetized, then it's not reset, because it doesn't matter anymore. But you need to hit those goals first to get monetized. And hopefully after monetization, you're getting more views anyways, but it's like a ceiling and a reset timer on it, yes. So at least that's my, unless I read it wrong, but that's what I understand. I think it's always been that way.
Eyewitness News.
Like, I have a couple other YouTube channels lying around. One of them has almost like 1 million views now, I think, but it's not monetized either. Maybe it's monetized. I haven't even checked if it's monetizable. It might be monetizable now, because it used to be 1,000 subs and now it's 500. So, you know, I'm gonna check that at one point.
Saying he was just trying to help.
The guys will be sleeping on the streets for days. So when they started coming to me, telling me their stories, I started helping them.
In the Queen space last night, there were 40 beds and 74 men with 2 bathrooms. Tonight, the men kicked out of this Bronx shelter stood on the streets, not sure what they would do next.
They kick them out, so they don't have no place to sleep.
Exactly. So that's what I was trying to say. You know, you don't create the infrastructure, and then it adds to the homeless problem, and then they complain about liberal cities, but it's like, you know, like it doesn't help that these liberal cities are run by people like Eric Adams and things like that. You know, it's like it's kind of this irony of like, hey, you claim he's liberal, but he's a former police chief and a terrible mayor. Secret channels. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountains. Okay, what was I doing? Alright, what am I doing? What was I doing? Oh, right. Okay, this over. I think I made the comment that I meant to make in terms of how homelessness and immigrants are treated, how they feed each other because of the fact that nobody seems to want to do anything about it. But you know, we need to create more infrastructure in this world and stop commodifying people having roofs over their fucking heads to the point we're like rolling down the hill into a dystopian society. Okay. Next, we are now moving away from America. I just want to hit up one American news story because I'm just kind of sick of the way people are always just demonizing immigrants. Alright, so I have to do something real quick here. I'm not walking away from you, I'm just having to... I guess I don't actually have to do this. I'm doing it just to keep my life from going into complete anarchy. Okay. So this is a video which came out very recently, within the last 12 hours. So it was around 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. This is a British broadcasting, a BBC News story. Journalists call for access to Gaza. An open letter. We need more of these sorts of things happening because, you know, it feels like I haven't heard enough of stuff like this. But this is, and I haven't even listened to it because it came out after I had done research yesterday. So this one is going to be new to both you and I.
Of more than 50 broadcast journalists have sent an open letter to the embassies of Israel and Egypt calling for free and unfettered access to Gaza for foreign media. The letter, sent by correspondents and presenters from the main broadcasting outlets based in the UK, also appeals for better protection for journalists already reporting in the territory. 55 journalists have signed the letter, including Sky News' Alex Crawford, the BBC's Jeremy Bowen, Orla Guerin and Fergal Keane, as well as CNN's Christiane Amanpour. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Alex Crawford, who joins us from Erbil in Iraq. She is, of course, Sky News' special correspondent and, as we've just been saying, is among the signatories of the letter. Thank you very much for joining us, especially while you're on deployment, Alex. Just tell us what the rationale was behind this letter to begin with.
Well, the main thinking is that we're all terribly frustrated and feel we're not really doing ourselves justice. We're not doing the story justice, and people aren't hearing particular information because foreign journalists aren't on the ground. And this is despite multiple attempts to try to get access into Gaza since October the 7th. From October the 7th onwards, there have been groups of people, teams of people, media organizations from all over the world trying to get access into Gaza, and we haven't been able to. And that definitely compromises what is probably one of the most important developing events in certainly in the region for many, many decades, possibly in the world, and will have ramifications for many years to come.
Alex, you've travelled the world with your reporting and you're in Iraq at the moment. How unusual is it, in your experience and through your career, to have been unable to access an area, particularly one that is the centre of a major story?
I think it's not unusual that some governments and some regimes will try to keep you out, and that presents definitely a challenge for journalists to try and report accurately inside. But in the past, and even now, we're talking about governments or authorities or regimes that do not describe themselves as democracies, which Israel does describe itself as. Israel is proud of boasting that it is a liberal democracy with an open media, and yet it is deliberately blocking journalists from all over the world from getting into Gaza. That is the key difference. I mean, in the past, journalists like myself have had to use boats to get into Myanmar, have had to use all sorts of tactics to try to get inside closed off areas. And we've managed it. This one is monumentally difficult because it is an extremely small area that we're talking about. There are only 2 border points, and it is really, really very massively locked down by Israel and also by Egypt. And seriously, most governments around the world should be worried about that.
And I was just reading, because you wrote a blog, didn't you, for the Sky News website, that you said that last month the Foreign Press Association attempted to persuade the Israeli High Court to allow journalists in, but it was refused for security concerns. Tell us more about what they said to you after that ruling then.
Well, it was the Supreme Court of Israel, and it was brought by the Foreign Press Association. As I said, there have been multiple attempts by not only the big media organizations around the world, but also individual journalists, BBC, Sky, ITN, ITV, all signed, Channel 4, all signed a letter in November as well, none of which have had any impact or made a jot of difference. The Supreme Court said that they couldn't They wouldn't lift the restrictions imposed by the IDF, and the IDF argued that this was because journalists could be put at risk in wartime and they could endanger soldiers by reporting on troop positions, and that it's too dangerous for Israeli personnel to be present at the border to facilitate press entry into Gaza. Well, of course, all those arguments you could be posed in any war, and sometimes they are, and usually they're by countries or regimes or authorities who definitely do not want journalists in. And I would argue, along with the more than 50 other journalists, and they are the top most well-known journalists in Britain, Jeremy Bowen, a number of presenters like Rita Chakrabarti, Clive Myrie.
Yeah, and since it doesn't appear that she's making the point right now, although she may make it later in the video, usually when a country doesn't want to let journalists in, it's a bad sign. It's a red flag, okay? And we already know they haven't been letting in UN observers, right? Another red flag. I mean, how many red flags do you need until you break up with that person, right? It's time to break up with Israel.
Michelle Hussein, as well as Tom Bradbury on ITN, all the key war correspondents on ITN, Emma Murphy, Johnny Irvine, Channel 4, Lindsay Hilson, Matt Fry, Krishnan Gurumurthy. There are a list of the top, most senior journalists who've been respected and proved their credentials the world over for many years, who've all become very worried about the lack of access into Gaza and what that means on telling an unfolding event and telling it accurately. There are some very serious allegations against Israel, allegations of war crimes, allegations of genocide, which was presented before the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. Now, until we get proper, independent, impartial foreign journalists on the ground there, it's going to be very difficult to disprove or prove those allegations. So we would argue it's in Israel's interests as well to allow the free movement of independent journalists. And of course, the argument is that there are Palestinian journalists in there. That's true. But in every big story, anywhere, even if you're covering the G8 summit or the Olympics or party conferences in Britain, you would send a whole group of journalists to rotate through, to refresh, to re-energize, to recharge.
Yeah.
Now, those Palestinian journalists inside, many of whom have lost their...
I feel like we should make a montage. I feel like I need to make a list of montages, which just thinking about that gives me a headache. But I feel like I should make a montage of like not Israeli, but like Western journalists outside of Palestine, like watching stuff from basically the same highway. I wonder how much footage there is of like that one highway where you see everybody standing right there, like kind of watching shit from Israel, not allowed to go into Palestine, quote unquote, proper. And I feel like this lady's saying things so based and so good and factual. Like, obviously she's a journalist, you know. I can't even call myself, I was gonna say better journalist than I, but I'm not a journalist. I'm just a guy in a space station, so, you know, can't even compare the two. So let's just finish what she is saying.
Homes are scrabbling on a day-to-day basis to get food and water to just stay alive, need refreshing, and we need more input from outside.
Indeed, I wanted to ask you that before we end this interview, because yesterday, about 24 hours ago, in fact, Rushdie Abu Alouf was sitting next to me here in the studio, sharing his, challenges because it's a personal tragedy, but he wanted to stay as long as he could to bring that story to us from the ground. But let's not forget the huge risks that the journalists who remain in Gaza currently face.
There is an extremely high and very worrying attrition rate of journalists inside Gaza, and that is also something that needs investigating, with many, many claims and a large amount of evidence suggesting that they have been targeted specifically, and their families, because they're journalists. Now, until we get access into Gaza, we also cannot prove or disprove those, and those suspicions will continue, and it's extremely worrying for just independent, accurate information. If journalists inside are being accused of not only being biased or partisan or being coerced by Hamas, at the same time as there are also accusations that they're being targeted by the Israeli military, there needs to be immediate sort of independent access to an unfettered access to foreign journalists to either put these allegations to bed or prove them.
Thank you.
Alex Crawford, we admire you.
Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. So glad I didn't try. So glad I didn't try. Biden age command. Ooh, he's up to 32 now. He could almost be president. He could almost be president now. Getting super cool. 33. 5-second cooldown. By the way, Mona, test the Discord link. It's set up enough now for me to feel good about it, because I can just personally moderate it until I finish the moderator settings, because they're going to be very drastically, well, not drastically, but they're going to be different, certainly, from the rest of everybody else's commands, as well as I got to finish setting up the creator commands too. But, or the permissions. I keep saying commands, I mean permissions. But give the Discord link, just like the Discord command, the Nightbot command, when you get a chance. I just want to see if it works for anyone but me. It's a moderator level command though, so I need a moderator to do it. Beautiful. Thank you. Perfect. Nice. It's updated. Okay. Awesome. Well, that's the new link. Don't spam it too much. There's still some stuff I want to do, but honestly, like putting it out there now, I'm okay with that. Just trying to preface all that, you know. Why am I replaying this video? Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. So we're staying in Gaza right now. Hold on, I gotta close a couple of windows I don't need open anymore. Alright. Which one do I watch first, for fuck's sake? Oh my god. What time is it? How long have I even been going for? Not even that long. I was waiting for so long, waiting for like people like Left Past 10 and NCC to be done, and then I heard NCC say that she was gonna go for like until that massive video was done. I was like, oh, this is never gonna end. I just have to start. You know, I try and give the people the people who I respect their space, if you will. And that's not what I mean. Like their time to get their stuff done until I get going. Late night stuff usually, it seems. But today it was tough because it seemed like everybody was streaming and I was waiting forever. I was like, oh my god, how long should I wait? Aging at the speed of milk? What's aging at the speed of milk? Me? Did I say something that's aging at the speed of milk? Or are you talking about the Left Past 10 stream or something else? What are you talking about? I mean, there were some aspects of the Left Past 10 stream that felt like they went way off the rails. I had plans. Yeah, there we are. Alright, yeah, I guess we'll start here. Although, wow. Biden age.
The diverse nature of the Palestinian identity has been largely overlooked throughout the years. But Israel's war on Gaza, which continues to divide communities across the world, is offering an opportunity for people from different ethnic, religious, and cultural backgrounds.
I gotta say, folks, this is historic. We're one command away from Joe Biden being able to be president, folks. Who's gonna be the person to do that? That's my question. Because once we get there, it's out of the box. He can be president at that point, and then we got problems. Although we're still not even anywhere near how old he actually is, or how old it feels like he is most days, which to me is somewhere around 250 years old. And I do hope that before the election, like the actual general election comes, we can get ourselves to over 250. That would feel like an actual achievement, to be perfectly honest. I'd be really happy about that. I don't know why, but it'd be really cathartic. Anyway, you're waiting for Biden age? Okay.
Experience of life under occupation. I'm Annalise Borges, and this is The Stream.
Oh, God. Why did I do it? Why did I do it? I did it again. Al Jazeera is who did this video. It is labeled "How is East Occupied?" I'm sorry. Either way, you can say it either way, actually. But how is occupied East Jerusalem diversity under threat?
The old city of Jerusalem has been home to Muslims, Christians, and Jews for centuries. But Israel's long-standing policy of illegal displacement and dispossession is threatening its diverse communities who have been uniting in their struggle for a chance of a future of coexistence and justice for all. We start today's episode with a plunge into the rich history of the region with Zachary Foster, a historian on Palestine, who's also a descendant of Holocaust survivors. Zachary, thank you very much for joining us here on the stream.
Wireless mic is playing with fire over here.
Today, occupied East Jerusalem has become a symbol of the challenges faced by different ethnic and religious groups in attempting to coexist in Palestine. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of the city?
So when Israel conquered the West Bank and Gaza and Jerusalem in June 1967, it massively enlarged the city of Jerusalem, drew a massive municipal boundary around all of these villages previously which were just villages in the West Bank, and annexed East Jerusalem into Israel proper. However, it annexed the territory, but it didn't grant the people living in the territory Israeli citizenship, which is why, of course, East Jerusalemite Palestinians are not given Israeli citizenship. They have to apply for it, and in most cases, they're denied when they apply for it. They're given residency permits, blue IDs, and those blue IDs can be taken away from them. And it's something like 15,000 Palestinians have been stripped of their residency status in East Jerusalem over the past 56 years.
And Zachary, you're Jewish. You did not grow up facing what some of these other ethnic and religious groups experience. How did you become a historian on Palestine?
Look, my grandfather grew up in Poland, and when he was in college, he was forced to flee. There was rumors that the Nazis were the Polish police, who were at that point allied with the Nazis, were about to enter his town.
Hold on, I got distracted by all the raptors in chat over there. Hold on, I gotta go back. This guy started talking about Nazis. I gotta know what we're talking about. I can't just let that go by. That's dangerous.
West Bank, and annexed East Jerusalem into Israel proper. However, it annexed the territory, but it didn't grant the people living in the territory Israeli citizenship, which is why, of course, East Jerusalemite Palestinians are not given Israeli citizenship. They have to apply for it, and in most cases, they're denied when they apply for it. They're given residency permits, blue IDs, and those blue IDs can be taken away from them. And it's something like 15,000 Palestinians have been stripped of their residency status in East Jerusalem over the past 56 years.
And Zachary, you're Jewish. You did not grow up facing what some of these other ethnic and religious groups experience. How did you become a historian on Palestine?
Look, my grandfather grew up in Poland, and when he was in college, he was forced to flee. There was rumors that the Nazis were the Polish police, who were at that point allied with the Nazis, were about to enter his town, which they did. He was able to escape shortly before they entered, but they came into his town and they murdered his entire family. He had, I believe, 9 brothers and sisters. Every single one of them was who was still left in Poland at the time was murdered. His parents were murdered. His entire family, extended family, was murdered. He got out, and it was his experiences, kind of hearing those stories, that I think led me to be much more sensitive to people experiencing oppression, people fleeing.
By the way, this little infographic down here at the bottom says Zachary, who is the person speaking, I believe right now, runs Palestine Nexus, a digital archive with free courses, maps, and resources about Palestine. And I think I've run into his channel and somehow I'm not subscribed to it, but I definitely have seen him like multiple times in so many different places at this point.
Persecution. And so when I hear what East Jerusalemites go through, when I hear that they're living in a state of they're living in a state of precariousness, in the state of threat of dispossession, you know, I want to act. I want to speak up, because that's totally unacceptable, especially when it's a state that's speaking in my name, that's committing those horrible, that kind of discrimination. Again, for one reason and one reason only. There's not 2 reasons that Palestinians in East Jerusalem face discrimination and persecution and dispossession. There's only one reason, and that's because they're Palestinian. They were born to the wrong ethnicity and to the wrong nationality and to the wrong religion. That's it.
Very well said. Couldn't have done it better myself. I'm not even sure I have anything to say. You know, aside from that, I couldn't agree more. He is right, and it is wrong that continues to go on. And
Zachary Foster, thank you so much for joining us here on the stream today.
Yeah, Zachary Foster. And yeah, I have a serious problem with it as an American because we're funding it, you know, and it is problematic. And this next video is about a man who had a problem with it himself. And this is a another Al Jazeera English video entitled "U.S. Man Self-Immolates in Protest of Gaza Funding, Spurring Nationwide Vigils and Ceasefire Calls." And I believe that, oh my god, why can't I think of her name right now? Who is the spokesperson for, who's Biden's spokeswoman? Oh, Karine Jean-Pierre. Karine Jean-Pierre. Okay. Well, sometimes I'm good enough to do enough research. Sometimes I suck. Yes, this is difficult information, so trigger warning. Thank you, YouTube. Won't pay for Israel's slaughter. Whoa. What is happening?
Al Jazeera podcasts.
Wait, what just happened? This is different. Just went backwards.
Won't pay for Israel's slaughter.
To activists, Aaron Bushnell is a hero.
He has shown the ultimate sacrifice and took the ultimate form of protest.
They held a vigil for the 25-year-old here in New York,
Free, free, free Palestine.
as well as in Washington, D.C., renewing his call for a ceasefire in Gaza. It was in the U.S. Capitol, outside the Israeli embassy on Sunday, that Bushnell, wearing his Air Force uniform, recorded what he calmly described as an act of protest.
And I will no longer be complicit in genocide.
Setting himself ablaze, shouting. The Air Force says it's investigating. Bushnell was a cyber defense operations specialist stationed in Ohio since late last year and due to end his service in May. The White House had this reaction.
The president is aware, and I can say that it is obviously it's a horrible tragedy, and our thoughts are with the family.
Lupe Barboza met Bushnell doing community service work when
We said it yesterday and the day before that, I think, but like they still continue to not respond to what he was protesting about. I mean, I don't think we should be shocked by that at this point, considering, but still sucks.
he was stationed in
Good to see you back, FG.
San Antonio, Texas. She says he grew up on the East Coast in a very religious family.
I don't think he was mentally ill. He probably thought that, as other people have said, that the society is ill if we allow what's going on in Gaza, if we fund it with our own tax dollars.
Sorry, folks. I gotta do one thing real quick. This video is so loud that I have to switch the settings on YouTube and on my streaming software simultaneously here, so that you can continue to hear it, but I don't literally have to take my headphones off to like not get hearing damage.
That's heinous, and that's ill. And he was outraged by it, and he could see that politicians weren't acting. They ignore the protesters that are out there every weekend.
Ceasefire demonstrations are now weekly events in many U.S. cities, though many are small and no longer make the news unless protesters block traffic or engage in other acts of civil disobedience that lead to arrests. From California to Texas to here in New York, memorial services have been organized like this one to pay tribute to Aaron Bushnell. With more than 500,000 people in Gaza now at risk of starvation, activists credit him with putting their suffering back in the spotlight.
It's more than that. It's like 1.5 million people. Everybody's at risk of starvation at this point. Might be less for a short period of time because of Jordanian airdrops that happened, whatever, yesterday or 2 days ago. But it is not. It has not extended by much. I saw the packages those people were pulling in. It was meager. and I heard a bunch of it was lost to the sea. It's disrespectful to ignore his message. Exactly right. It is. But they're doing it. And the thing about it that I don't know what it was in his mind beyond what he said and what I've so far heard, but the thing about it is this happened, his decision to do this, on the day that this happened, it was about, I think, 48 hours after we had covered Biden, not Biden, but the U.S. sending diplomats to Israel to help facilitate peace talks, which I felt was something of a cynical move to show that the U.S. was doing something to end the genocide, but that completely reopens the metaphorical wound, if you will, that Biden's administration is currently dealing with over this whole situation. His parents are staunch supporters of it. Yeah, I read about that. I read about that, wireless mic. Okay, next. Do we still have more Gaza-related stuff to do today? Let's see. Wait, why am I out of my... What is happening? The fuck? No. Okay, hold on. I gotta switch some stuff. There we go. Okay, I'm back. Oh, have we done it? We've done it. Okay, great. How good. So good and so great. Alright, so now we're going to more, actually, no, wait, I take it back. I skipped ahead with that, but since I started so late, but I'm doing okay on time, I'm going to watch a little bit of this documentary from directly before. We're talking about, this thing came out, I think, like, the same week, like it might have been like October 3rd, October 2nd. This was an Al Jazeera video entitled The Oslo Peace Accords, Historic Achievement or Historic Tragedy. It's from The Bottom Line, which I believe is with, I'm always forgetting this guy's name. But it's intense. It's crazy. This came out directly before it happened. Or at least I'm pretty sure. I could swear. Hold on, let me just double check. Just so I'm not saying things that aren't true. But I'm almost positive. And wait, hold on. I'm not, I feel like I gotta look at a calendar. Hold on. Yeah, this was before. This was before it happened. I don't know the exact date, but it was right before it. Okay. Whoa, I hate that color. What the fuck? I just noticed this on my streaming software. Sorry guys, this looks fucked up. I did something earlier to try something that I didn't consider that it would apply to all of the same references that I had used previously, and it has completely made this look stupid. He looks like he is red as heck. There we go. That looks way better. Oh my god. That is 10 times better.
Hi, I'm Steve Clements, and I have a question. 30 years after the Palestinians and Israelis signed their historic peace plan in Oslo, why is peace more elusive than ever? Let's get to the bottom line. On paper, it sounded like a good idea. Get Palestinian and Israeli leaders in a room, far away from their people and the media, and have them talk about what they could accept at bare minimum. That was the premise of the Norwegian officials who brokered the Oslo Accords in 1993. It was supposed to be a temporary deal, but it was celebrated as a full-blown peace treaty. Today, Palestinians have a measure of autonomy, but they're far from free. Israel has prospered and gained more acceptance in the region, but it's still running one of the world's longest military occupations. So was Oslo an epic achievement or an epic mistake? And if it's dead, as so many Palestinians and Israelis say, where do they go from here? We'll be getting two perspectives on these questions. And we'll start with Yossi Beilin, a former Minister of Justice in Israel and one of the officials who initiated the talks in Oslo. You know, there's a lot of derision of Oslo, and I'm interested in going from where we were to your ongoing efforts today to say, look, there's still a partner, there are still opportunities out there.
Everything looked crazy red. So sorry about that. I'm glad I fixed it now. So,
well, it is
you
not
know,
Oslo
this stream has been, sorry, I'm going to back this up 10 seconds. This stream has been a work in progress. Previously, I was more focused on like playing gaming back in the day, and after my break and coming back to streaming, doing all this stuff, there are certain things I've been trying to adjust with, and so thankfully I've had you people here to help me out with a lot of it, but it's still a process that I'm trying to get everything smoothed out for.
In Oslo, you know, there's a lot of derision of Oslo, and I'm interested in going from where we were to your ongoing efforts today to say, look, there's still a partner, there are still opportunities out there. What would a new Oslo look like, Yossi?
Well, it is not Oslo anymore. Oslo was really, as you said, an interim agreement which was abused by the Israeli right in order to become a permanent one. And here we are. We had to finish it in '99, and here we are now in 23, and we are still in an interim agreement which never ended. I don't think that the Palestinians came to Oslo in order to use terror. I know that we did not come to Oslo in order to build more settlements or to stay in the West Bank and Gaza. Our aim was to end occupation. But today it is a very different situation. One of the reasons for that is that you have about 500,000 settlers in the West Bank, while in the time of Oslo you had about 100,000. And it became the biggest hurdle for a permanent agreement of two-state solution, which I believe is the only one, the only realistic solution. That is why a group of Palestinians led by Dr. Hiba Husseini and a group of Israelis led by me prepared a book about a confederation, a Palestinian-Israeli confederation, a loose confederation in the parameters of the European Union, so that the two states will be totally independent and sovereign, but there will be a kind of an umbrella of a confederation which will allow those Israelis who will find themselves...
It's like going back in a time machine. It seriously feels like I'm going back in a time machine right now. What are you just kidding about? I missed the joke. But now it's so weird to listen to guys like this talking about it in this sort of tone, because now it's completely flipped on its head. I just thought it would be interesting to take a moment to listen to this from before, assessing the peace accord that was just broken, because obviously peace accord's off, right? Oslo is done, but I think going back just the 5 months, it's so stark. And we're certainly not gonna watch the whole thing, and we're gonna move past this guy a little bit. I think that he stops talking at some point, doesn't he? Yeah. And then they get, yeah, okay, here we go.
Former presidential candidate in Palestine. Mustafa, it's great to see you and to talk to you.
Oh shit, it's quiet. I hate this. It just always changes.
Look, I mean, you heard my conversation with former Minister of Justice in Israel, Yossi Beilin, who was involved with the Oslo Accords. This is 30 years. And I'm trying to figure out where we're going in the future. What are the building blocks to finally move what I sort of see as one of the world's worst humanitarian ulcers towards a much healthier equilibrium? And I'd love to get your insights and reactions.
I think the Oslo Agreement was a trap that was built for the Palestinian leadership of the PLO, and they fell in it. Why I say so? Because Oslo Agreement did not include the most vital element, which we were insisting on with Dr. Haidar Abdeshafi, who was the head of the Washington team, which is that before concluding any agreement, there has to be complete and total stop of all settlement activities. Not only because Israeli settlement activities were illegal, according to international law.
By the way, if you guys didn't catch it, this is Mustafa Barghouti. He was the former Palestinian national, what was it, representative, I think, or some sort of governmental candidate or elected representative. I can't remember. I got to look it up.
Also because settlement building was the main instrument that the Israeli Zionist movement used and continues to use to kill the two-state solution. And actually, that's exactly what happened. Because Oslo Agreement did not include complete and total stop of all settlement activities.
Wow.
The number of illegal...
Hold on. Just real quick, because I think we've probably all seen videos of this guy a lot. But I feel like he deserves a lot of praise because he's not just in politics, okay? He's done a ton of stuff. The first thing that comes up is that he's a physicist, right? Then an activist and politician who served as the General Secretary of Palestinian National Initiative, as well as being known as Al-Mubadara, which I don't know what that translates to. He has been a member of the Palestinian Legislative Council since 2006 and is also a member of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, otherwise known as the PLO, Central Council, and was born in Jerusalem 70 years ago, right after 6 years after the Nakba.
Settlers have increased from 121,000 in 1993 to more than 750,000 today. That includes, of course, settlers in East Jerusalem. And today the settlers have become not only a group that is occupying illegally the land, but they have become a decisive force in Israeli politics. They have 14 members in the Israeli Knesset. They are the ones who produced fascism in Israel. And they have ministers like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, who don't shy away from calling themselves fascist homophobes, and who are saying that there is no place for Palestinian state and that their goal is to fill the West Bank with settlers so that Palestinians would lose any hope of a state of their own. And their solution is that Palestinians either should immigrate or accept a life of subjugation to their system of apartheid or die.
Do you believe that the ultimate goal then of the Israelis is to use peace negotiations, essentially as a way to annex and to kind of fully annex the West Bank?
Absolutely. I think if I look historically at what happened, regardless of maybe some goodwill of some people on the Israeli side, but the reality, they all served one purpose: to diffuse the results of the first Intifada, which has forced Israel to sit down and negotiate with Palestinians, because Israel could not run occupation in the same old way because of Palestinian resistance. And so in addition to diffusing the Intifada, their second goal was to gain time so that they can continue the colonial settlement project of settling Jewish Israelis in the occupied territories. In reality, what happened in the West Bank during the last 30 years and even before is not different from what Israel did in 1948 areas, where they grabbed the Palestinian land, they took it away from their own, from their people, they displaced 70% of the Palestinians. And when Israel was established, Palestinians owned at that time 82% of the land. Today, they own only 3.5% of the land of where Israel is. Today, Israel is continuing the same process in the so-called historic Palestine. So in reality, what we face today is a new reality. It's a new one apartheid state. Practically, that is what we have as a result of the Israeli policies.
In my conversation with Yossi Balin a minute ago...
It is so weird watching this. I don't know about you, chat, but it is so weird watching this because even... It's funny because he's saying like everything has changed, but nothing had changed at that point. I mean, it had, right? But I find it very hard to believe that he had any way of knowing what was about to happen. And it's like from that moment, shortly after, everything changed even more drastically and in the blink of an eye. And it feels like years ago now. Okay, I feel like that's enough. I'm gonna take a quick break to talk about some stream stuff, so let's do this. Alright, so due to popular request, I've decided to make something. And I haven't done any inner tubes yet, like as any like PNG artwork type stuff, but I plan on it. This, as I alluded to it earlier, maybe is not necessarily the final iteration, but this is a work in progress of Space Lake. This is one of the galactic lakes. I figured I'd clue you all in on it. I alluded to it earlier, but I figured I'd show you for real now. This is one of the things I've been working on in the last 24 hours. I have some other stuff that I've been working on as well. But yeah, I think that we'll have, maybe pool parties there. I have some other potential graphics that we might use. It's just one of the many that I've kind of gotten together here, if you will. What else should I do? I might as well do this now too. It's exactly as you imagined. Well, I have another one. I'm working on another one where there's like a bar and like a house. And I have a couple other sort of in the works type of stuff. But since it feels like we have about enough people here for this announcement, I'm going to do this now as well. So give me 2 seconds to bring it up. Because of the way I put this all together today, I overlooked one little thing and have to, how do you say it? I have to make a live adjustment. What did I do with it? I could swear I have it somewhere over here. Is that it? No, that's not the one. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Fucking hell. Sorry for the delay, chat, but this one's a little bit more complicated to get working. I'll have a better way of going back and forth between these things at some point, but right now, this is as good as I've got. Okay, so not only did I create Space Lake, but I also have done something else. Welcome to the Galactic Space Station Library here. I have in front of you a Galactic exclusive piece of artwork. I've made this and I've actually posted this to my Patreon, and it's not yet approved. Apparently it takes somewhere between 3 days to 2 weeks. But in lieu of streaming on Twitch, where I could be making like ad money and subs, which I may very well start doing as well soon, but since I've been trying to focus only on YouTube at the moment, I figured I would create another way for you all to support me if that's something that you would want to do. So I'm going to be putting all sorts of random stuff like this. This is a galactic beach, as you can see here. And I've got a bunch of more stuff that we will be releasing over time, as well as creating perks for it and all that other stuff. No pressure whatsoever, but just figured I'd clue you all in since it's a very new development. Alright, back to the serious stuff. Wow, you feel like you're really in space. That's good. That's the vibe I'm trying to cultivate. Okay, what's next on the list? We got plenty of stuff to do. I don't think we're going to finish this video. It was already old, but I just wanted it for, what do you call it, like context to all the stuff we've been seeing lately. Oh, we already watched that journalists want access to Gaza. Okay. We are going to, because this is, now I'm looking at it. Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff to do with this. So yeah, we are going to now leave the conflict in Israel for now, as we've been inundated with this information. I don't think there's too much more that we need to learn about it tonight. We already know where we should be on this subject. We know that we should be pressuring our leaders to do something about this genocide, and you know, vote uncommitted if you can still. So send a message. Even if we don't have a candidate right now, it says something, and maybe it will do something. Thanks for sharing. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. I've got a bunch of even cooler ones, but I just figured I'd start it out slow. That's one of the nicer beaches, honestly. There's some pretty weird galactic beaches out there. All right, so we're gonna move on to a video from a day ago. Another Al Jazeera, man. I slammed a ton of Al Jazeera videos in here. This one's labeled "What's the armed conflict in Eastern DR Congo?" Sorry, what's behind the armed conflict in Eastern DR Congo? The take.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Switch. There we go.
Today, as fighting escalates, what's next for the people of the Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo?
The UN says that DRC's plight is one of the most neglected in the world. There is no food, there is no water, there is no proper sanitation or even healthcare.
I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take. Catherine Soy has been reporting on Eastern DRC for years for Al Jazeera, and she's seen the toll that years of war have taken on the people there.
It's been years and years and years of suffering. People have to keep running. People have to look behind their backs because anytime something can erupt.
Those people have often been displaced multiple times. In just the last 2 years, more than 1.6 million have been forced to move by fighting over control of the region.
I remember when I went to one of the camps and there was a sound. It sounded like a gunshot, but it wasn't. And everybody started running. And that is what we are seeing. People are traumatized. They keep running. They have to have their belongings packed so that they can just take off. And that is a terrible, terrible way to live.
Yeah, it seems like way too many people in the world right now are living like this. If it's not war, it's climate change right now, and it's insane. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I'm loving these emotes though, so I'm torn.
Catherine is reporting now out of the city of Goma, the provincial capital, covering an escalation in a conflict that's been continuing for decades.
There are more than 100 armed groups trying to get control of territories in this part of the country, and the Congolese government and other international forces have really been unable to stop this conflict.
Goma is a city of 2 million people, and it's already hosting thousands who have been displaced by those years of fighting. But in 2022, one armed group took control of more territory in the region. It's known as M23, and now it's closing in on Goma.
Perhaps the most prominent armed non-state group in the eastern DRC is the March the 23rd movement, known as M23, which is predominantly made up of ethnic Tutsis.
Now, thousands more people have come to Goma and a neighboring town called Sake, seeking refuge. But there's fighting there too.
Now, M23 currently is on hills near Sake, and the government is just trying to push them further back. So the battle for Sake has been intense. M23 has taken large swathes of land, and Sake is about 25 kilometers west of Goma, and it's very...
Oh God, chat. Oh God, you can't do that to me while we're doing something this serious. That was hilarious. I forgot all about the Trump age command. It feels so true. It feels so true and yet so not true. Like, obviously he's like an elderly man, but he also behaves like a 6-year-old child. Every single day that he's been alive and I've been aware of him, he has acted like a 6-year-old child. Oh, that's perfect. Unintentional comedy. Or maybe intentional, perhaps. Still amazing. The thing about those things, they start with 1 at every... you can't start it sooner, like on a higher number. I wish you could. It would make it easier and fun. But that was unintentional and fun comedy too, so might as well.
Has been intense. M23 has taken large swathes of land, and Sake is about 25 kilometers west of Goma, and it's very significant, this town, because it's the gateway to Goma. Supplies pass through Sake, and right now the main road to Sake is too dangerous for people, so these supplies cannot get to the city.
And it's much easier for M23 to march on Goma if it gets control of Sake.
Right now, it's a ghost town. Nobody is there except security forces and, also M23. This time, people are definitely very afraid. There's a lot of uncertainty.
The road from Sake to Goma is now lined with tents that weren't there 2 weeks ago. They're filled with people who have nowhere else to go.
On that road, we saw all these people carrying everything they could, chairs, mattresses, utensils. They're all heading to the camps. 1.6 million people have so far fled from their homes in the last 2 years. And when we're going around, we have seen so many camps. We have seen people just trying to do the best they can to set up these shelters that are not protected.
My God, we've been seeing way too many images like this. You know, the more I look at it, the more I think, wow, it looks exactly like Palestinians, but it's African people. It's just a sea of people all stuck together, trying to get some green bananas, it looks like, and wow, like the suffering happening in the world is just unbelievable. We're not going to watch this whole thing. We usually try and break it up a little bit and, summarize, but it just feels important that we focus on all the tragedies in the world and not just, picking and choosing too much. I've been trying to be very fair in that regard, where I'm not just looking at one news source, not just one thing per stream, but that we cover all sorts of stuff so that we can get perspective in our own lives, get perspective on what's happening in the world around us, as we are all a global community. Okay, let's continue this for a little bit. Then I'm probably going to skip to the end just to hear the conclusion on this.
Or they're not protected from the elements. It's raining now, so the camps get flooded. So it's a very, very desperate situation. Now, we've also been speaking to aid workers who are trying the best they can with whatever they have, but they are also overwhelmed because the needs are so many. And some people are saying that even when they go to the camp, there is nothing for them there.
One woman Catherine spoke to was Deborah Belole.
The thing is, folks, and I appreciate you, BCAT, because you're always here for these streams, and all of you that are here and are ever here, if you're listening to this in a VOD and didn't make it to the stream, I don't blame you. You have life stuff. Here's the thing. Like, all of these tragedies, I feel like I use this phrase all the time. Might as well create like a soundbite of me saying the words feedback loop or vicious cycle. But tragedies bring more tragedies. Like, stuff like this affects climate change when you have to rebuild an entire country. Where does the concrete come from? Where does the gasoline come from? Where does the where do the plastics come from? Where does the food for the labor to do all of this come from? And it just starts giving me anxiety. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice right now. Just talking about it, I just start, I feel like I start hyperventilating or something. It's an absolute disaster, right? And then you start adding, it's not just Palestine, and we're talking about the Congo, although the devastation in the Congo is slightly different, I guess. But you know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to compare tragedies. But there's more stuff that we're just covering today, and there's been other stuff. There's Ukraine, there's and they all link together. We won't solve things like the environment if we're still fighting over land, if we're still fighting over books, if we're still fighting over whether transgender people can exist or not. They can and should exist. You know what I mean? Oh God, I'm just gonna try and get us through this video before I go down some incredibly hyperbolic path. Maybe chat will bring me back. The sad thing is, it's always been like this. It's in the grand scheme of things are better now. They ever really have been throughout history. It's hard to recognize that some things, but sometimes that's true. I kind of get that sentiment generally, although I feel like I'd have to. So it's nearly a paragraph, wireless mic. My God.
She fled her village in November after M23 fighters took it over. But after reaching Sake, her husband was killed during fighting in the area. And the camps aren't able to provide much for people in situations like Deborah's.
I went to the forest to look for food for my children a few days ago. I met bandits who took...
The thing is, the number of outright wars, coups, and other things that are happening right now, at least in the last 50 years, I think it might be somewhat statistically above average. So I don't know if we can say that right now in this very moment. We've been able to say that for a long time. But I think part of the Duma report is that I hope that we can get to a consensus that we're no longer living in that world. It's not better than it's always been. It's bad. There's a genocide happening. We all need to wake up. And there's multiple other tragedies all happening simultaneously. Sure, is the pandemic out of the news? Yeah, but COVID-19 still exists. It's just COVID 2024 right now. Sorry, I just made that up. I don't know what variant it is. Okay.
my supplies, and they raped me.
She was actually raped in the bushes just a week after she arrived at this camp. Like I said, there's nothing for them. So they go to the bushes to look for food for their families, but they're also vulnerable to attacks. So such cases are many, we're being told, and the stories are very heartbreaking.
And compounding that heartbreak is the fact that this is a conflict that goes back decades.
The conflict in the East followed, the Rwandan genocide.
On April 7th in 1994.
Wait, BCAT. 2 genocides? Is there a genocide I'm forgetting right now? That's unacceptable. What am I forgetting right now? There's like 3 civil wars, right? Or like 2. It's Myanmar, Congo, there's the war in Ukraine, and then there's Palestine. And then what am I thinking of? Oh, are you talking about India? Are you talking about the Muslim genocide in India right now? This being done by, I think it's Hindus? Is that damn, dude. Yeah, that kind is one too. Okay, if that's what you're referring to, I don't know.
State-sanctioned Hutu militias turned on the country's Tutsi minority. Tutsis were hunted down in their homes, cars, and on streets.
1 million ethnic Tutsis were killed. Many Hutus then crossed to DRC as refugees, and among them were extremists who were said to have participated in the genocide. Now, Rwanda is a neighboring country. Rwanda says it is still pursuing some of these groups, some of these individuals.
And that pursuit eventually led to 2 Rwandan wars with DRC in 1996 and 1998, which killed millions and drew in multiple neighboring countries. One of the many groups that emerged from that period was M23.
Okay, so yeah, if you're not completely understanding or following along with what they're talking about because you're just joining or doing other things, they're giving context to this situation in Congo, to the Rwandan genocide of the Tutsi people back in, what was it, 2000? It was a while ago, but it was also just tragic. But we're just gonna skip ahead a little bit here. Say about here. Wasn't prepared. I'm not prepared for the Rwandan genocide right now. I should have been. I should have been, but I'm not prepared for that at all to really speak on that. Mostly just because I am not a historian, and sometimes if I'm not researched enough, I just feel like it's better for me to move forward on things and try and stay in my lane slightly. It's getting bad, but humankind has always been bloodthirsty and violent. I mean, yeah, no, certainly has always been bloodthirsty and violent. That's just, yeah. But we've been saying, at least in the time that I've been alive, so to speak, been saying, oh no, we're civilized now. Things are different. And I would like to believe that, to be perfectly honest. This no bueno. This no bueno. Okay. Yay. What am I gonna do with these kids? Wait, why is there no volume? What's happened? Oh, thank God. I thought I lost my...
When it comes to the fighting in eastern DRC, Al Jazeera's Catherine Soy says it's also a scramble for resources, some of which have become staples of modern life.
A lot of people keep saying that this battle in eastern DRC is for minerals like coltan, which is used in all electronics. We have cobalt, gold, diamonds, and other minerals as well there. And then the location of the fighting right now is...
You see what I mean? Do you see what I mean, chat? All of the things that were just listed, like the extraction of them, are incredibly like bad for the environment. Like gold and diamond and emerald mining, and what else did they say? Cobalt. Some of these things are so bad to extract from the earth. They're so, and the jobs are incredibly dangerous, and they're bad for the environment. Often there's spills of different sorts of unwanted chemicals into the environment, as well as unintended consequences and tragedies that we've seen with mine collapses in the news and other things like that. This is what I'm talking about, with there being a feedback loop between tragedies and the environment and global warming and all these other things. And it's That's why we have to focus on them all as much as we can, even though it takes what feels like homework sometimes. Oh, GG, BCAT's internet. Rohingya, the Rohingya genocide. Click. Go
significant because it has most of the minerals and it's very wealthy. So whoever controls that area has this riches and this wealth.
But the Congolese people haven't seen much of that wealth.
Our country is rich, but we don't benefit at all. We can't really say we are rich, as we don't see anything of it.
So DRC is very rich, and it's also a food basket that can
Well, that's what we're about to talk about next. Not to spoiler my own videos right now, Mona, but we're about to talk about the Rohingya genocide, which I believe is the one in Myanmar. The one in Myanmar.
Buy food across the continent, so it is very rich. But over the years, and because of the interests, it has lagged behind, and Congolese are suffering. The cost of living is very high. When we talk about just
Okay, I think that's probably honestly enough on this one. I think you can get the picture. I mean, Congo wasn't even a very rich country, even though it's a very rich in resources. Long time it's been systematically stripped of its resources by Western colonialist forces and exploited. And Moa doing her job as moderator to the T by leading us into the Myanmar genocide, which is what our next topic is. Do I have this in the right order? No, I have to go the other way around. Okay. This is a DW video. That's a German. Everybody's having different. I also had some internet difficulties earlier today too here on the space station, which was very annoying. Probably caused by all these satellites these billionaires keep putting up here. Next video: Myanmar civil war. Exiled minister says rebel victory is. I just lost my place. Rebel victory is close. And this is a German DW news video.
Sin Ma-aung is the foreign minister of the National Unity Government of Myanmar, which was ousted in a coup by the military junta in 2021 and has since then been governing partially in exile. Sin Ma-aung joins us here at the Munich Security Conference. Thank you very much for speaking to DW today. So let's start with the state of play in Myanmar. Myanmar is in a state of civil war. There are rebel groups aligned with your National Unity Government that are fighting against the military junta. The military junta currently is estimated to control just 40% of the country. But what is the state of the civil war right now from your point of view?
In my point of view, and also the information that we got from the ground and engagement with our ethnic alliance, we are gaining. Our control areas are more expanding each and every day, not just only in our, NUT PDF control area.
That was such a nonsense statement. I love that. No, it's for sure the 5G chemtrails Captain Overlord RIP space station red face. It was amazing. That was hilarious. That felt like a Chat GPT sentence right there.
Are gaining. Our control areas are more expanding each and every day, not just only in our, NUG PDF control area, especially in ethnic organization control area. For example, like even in Rakhine states, there are more and more control areas are now more and more broadened each and every day. So in this regard, in control area, our alliance and NUG also need to.
Just to explain, NUG is National Unity?
Yes, National Unity Government. As a government, we also need to provide public services in our control area. And of course, at the same time, ethnic organizations are also providing, that kind of public services in our control area. So this is the military ways of fighting against military junta. But at the same time, politically, we have the actors, dialogues among and NUG, National Unity Government, and with others, ethnic organizations. So how can we set up, what are the value of our future union? So what are the principles beyond if we are able to topple down military coup, what will be next? What are the day one? So day one looks like. So that kind of political dialogues are also happening between the National Unity Governments and ethnic resistance groups. This is what's happening.
And the civil war intensified since October, that's right, where there was a new offensive that was begun. And your goal is simply to remove the junta from power. What would you like to see happen to the military leaders who did take control of Myanmar in that coup?
First thing is that the military leaderships need to realize that they are losing, and the people of Myanmar are no more accept military leaderships in politics. It is very clear. They need to realize and they need to accept that. This is the message I would like to send to the military leaderships. And another thing is that they need to start their own reform, because we do not.
Are chemtrails just chemtrails? No. There's a bunch of conspiracy theories around here, around chemtrails, but are most of them are just complete nonsense. There's one I heard that makes a fractional amount of sense, but the rest of it is just complete garbage, and which is like mind control, weather control, in terms of like being able to make it like do all these crazy things, and it's basically like the water's turning the frog gay. Okay, it's Alex Jones. Oh, the chemtrails are coming to get you, pal. Okay, I got chemtrails turning the frogs gay right now, and everybody needs to buy my protein powder so that we can stop it happening before it turns out you and me are banging each other in the butt. Okay, so. Since we're on the subject, I will say the one that I've heard that makes any amount of sense, which is that I've heard from someone who is a former pilot that said that they were doing it to do the thing that was from like The Matrix. I don't know if you've seen one of the earlier scenes where they talk about how humankind blocked out the sun, but like in this case, like they're talking about like blocking out the sun to like combat global warming, but in some sort of weird clandestine like cloak and dagger way. And that part makes no sense. Not as much. It makes it make less sense that they wouldn't just tell people about it, but I don't know. It's just the rest of it is complete garbage. So I have a hard time following any of it, to be perfectly honest. And it makes, most of it just makes me angry. It's just stupid shit. Good impression? Oh, thank you. Thank you. That was my best Alex Jones. By the way, I'm trying to figure out this woman's name right now without undoing this here for you people, so might not talk for a second.
Except we are very clear in that position. In the future Myanmar, there will be no more positions of the military leaderships in politics. Military institutions should be under the democratic civilian control. This is what all we need to reform our institutions and to set up, to bring democracy back to our country. And of course, in order to build federal democratic unions, we also need to have new constitutions. We are not able to allow to govern and to follow according to the 2008 constitution. What we need is that to reform the political systems, not just only the changing of leaderships. So military leadership need to accept that and realize that they are losing on the ground. No more military rules in our country. No, our people are not accept any more military rules in our country. This is what we would like to convey the message to the military leaderships, and this is what they need to do.
So that's the level of
absolutely.
the civil
B-Cat's summing it up, and since her husband was super into it, I believe she probably knows more about it than me. I've never really gotten into it. I just met somebody who claimed to have been paid to do it and that when he was explained why they wanted it done, that was supposedly why. I can't speak beyond that. That's the only anecdotal piece of evidence that I have on any of it, and I really find most of it to just be, there's just a bunch of nonsense, conspiracy, deep state, crazy MK Ultra stuff, like B-Cat saying here. It's not really worth any of our time. Sorry, I'm gonna keep playing this video.
There are also outside actors involved. I mean, let's talk about the role of China. I mean, China has been, the strongest supporter, really, of the junta, but it also has reported ties to elements.
We are very clear in that position. In the future Myanmar, there will be no more.
Whose side do you feel China is on right now?
I think this time China is quite practically engaging both sides, because of Chinese leaderships realize that who is losing, and also who is the real actor that can bring stability in their borders, in our borders and regions. So without the stability, any kinds of investments cannot be guaranteed. So that is why military rules and military dictatorships are now one of the threats to the regions, and especially in our border, in order to realize Chinese investment to guarantee in stable regions. So that is
just for some context on who this woman is, as I finally found her in my researching. Her name is Zinmar Aung, and she is the current Minister of Foreign Affairs of the National Unity Government of Myanmar. And while as a university student in the 90s, became active in the opposition of Burma's military government, and in 1998 was arrested at a peaceful protest rally for reading a poem and statement calling on the military government to respect the results of elections. So from what I can tell, she seems to be an ally of sorts, or at least that we should give her our respect for the work she's done.
I think this time the Chinese government is not just only engaging, but also putting pressure and persuading military junta, I think, to bring stability back to their region. And
I'm going to assume that what B-Cat's saying here about this individual having emotionally stopped growing at some point, hitting a brick wall, I totally get that. There's a lot of people like that, and I assume that's about your ex-husband.
Also, at the same time, Chinese government is cautiously engaging with the ethnic organization as usual in their border, because Chinese border and border trade is now almost stopped even after the COVID era. So they would like to re-engage and reopen the border trade. So in order to do so, they need stability in their border. So that is why China is very engaging with different actors, not just only with the military junta.
And there's been quite a large Chinese delegation here in Munich for the security conference. Have you been talking to members of that delegation?
Not yet. We are trying to, but we haven't got a chance to meet with the Chinese delegation yet.
I mean, China alongside Russia, I mean, they both provided weapons.
I got a peach chat. I'll be back.
Jet fighters, for instance. I mean, what's your message to them over those kind of weapon supplies? Would you call on China and Russia to stop those weapon supplies?
Yes, we frankly and openly request not just only China, but also any other country who are providing military junta as their weapons are indirectly, they are involved in killing our own people and civilians. So that is why, to the international community, we also ask for to stop, embargoes to the military junta. So Russia, wherever it is, Iran, Belarus, they are quite, closely, very, close tied with the military junta. Not just after a military coup, but also before coup, they already have that kind of communication. So. Yeah, not just only China, but also all the countries who are now engaging with the military junta. We are asking for to stop providing weapons to them because they are killing their own people using that kind of weapons to the civilians.
And even India had provided some weapons to the junta. Last year, a UN report revealed that even some state-owned entities in India were providing weapons to the junta. What's your message to India?
Yes, of course. India is the world's largest democracy and our immediate neighbors. And I also would like to encourage the India government, like a single message that not to provide the weapon to the military junta. Military junta is not just a proper military institution in a democratic country, even in, for example, totally different from the others military institution in the region, because they are killing their own people by using your support. So that is why which country it is providing military junta, please stop providing the weapon to the military.
And have you been speaking to Indian delegates here in Munich?
No, unfortunately. So that is why in the region we are very much difficult to reach out to even for our neighboring countries in the region.
I mean, would you like to see India play more of a role in Myanmar? I mean, China has a massive role there. It has huge Belt and Road investment programs. Would you like India to kind of have an equal role in Myanmar that might act a bit of a counterweight to avoid?
Oh, I'm back. I was talking. My bad. Yeah, I think that's a good spot to stop it. I have more videos on this to watch, but I'm just watching them in order as I try. But by the way, and I love looking at this new edition that I've added here. Can any of you tell me if the link that I added to YouTube works yet? For the Patreon link, because I only have my own account, so obviously I can see it, but if anybody has a second, if you could just give it like a click just to see. Yeah, the link is in my bio, like the description of the channel, or is the bio section, whatever it's called, the One Pass community. Anyway, going to switch it. You were just about to ask. Well, there you go. Question answered. Hopefully. Okay, yeah. This is a Wyon video from 9 days ago, so the same timeline as when that interview happened.
Myanmar's military
BCAT is right. It happened to many of her childhood friends. Is that what you're talking about? Or it works? Wait, the link works? Hey, awesome. Great. Oh, yeah, my mic was muted. It was definitely muted for a second. 100%. Working for everybody. Fantastic. Well, thanks for everybody checking. I really am grateful for that. That's awesome. Okay, so that just means that we have to wait for it to allow me to take donations, and everything will be hopefully able to go live Discord and all. I feel like I have a to-do list in the Discord that I'm trying to get through, but I keep adding things in my head, even though they're not on the list, and so I just keep doing the ones in my head first. So at some point I'll catch up to my list, like the actual place I should be. I'm sure of it. You don't know what a Patreon is supposed to look like. Well, hey, okay, well, I'm not asking you to judge the Patreon and how good it looks yet. I just made it literally last night while I was uploading emotes to Discord, which I've got like 60, 70 of them, something like that, in there already. Everything is basically set up now, aside from moderator permissions and streamer permissions, because I'm making separate roles for moderators and streamers, so that people can post their content easily and other stuff like that. Okay.
Myanmar's military conscription plan seemingly reveals the heavy toll that months of incessant fighting against rebels have had on its troops. It also points to the struggles the generals are facing to replenish their ranks. The plan comes after the junta lost control of swathes of territory along a front line that stretches from the highlands bordering China to the coastline near Bangladesh. Rebel groups started a coordinated offensive in October, dubbed Operation 1027. Now, the military has been battling an expanding armed resistance since a 2021 coup toppled the democratically elected government of Nobel laureate Aung San Suu Kyi. The junta describes the resistance fighters as terrorists, blaming them for destroying Myanmar's peace and stability. The conscription plan, slated to start in April, will require all men aged 18 to 35 and women.
There's some other people being labeled as terrorists who are currently fighting a military occupation, a slightly different situation, but the parallels are certainly there.
Aged 18 to 27 to serve for up to 2 years. Specialists like doctors aged up to 45 must serve for 3 years. According to state media, the service can be extended to a total of 5 years. The current size of the anti-junta resistance is now likely higher, with the emergence of more resistance groups as the conflict drags on. The Tatmadaw, as the military is known, has not publicly declared the size of its fighting force in recent years. The military's defeats have led to unprecedented public calls for Commander-in-Chief Min Aung Hlaing to quit 3 years after the junta took power from the civilian government. Analysts say even with the mandatory recruitment, the military may not be able to rapidly ramp up its manpower.
Okay, short, to the point. Thank you, Wyon. At least that's how I call him. I don't call him W-I-O-N. I feel like it takes longer to say. You also do the same thing, but with housework. You have 42 side tasks. Yeah. Yeah, that's just I feel like that's just my life. Oh God. What else do we have? You know what? We're taking a break from all this painful stuff we've been watching. And kind of like we did last stream, watch something slightly less painful, slightly less news, and more just, you know, just information. That I find interesting. Hopefully you two will too. You two will too. That's not how I meant it. I hope you all will as well. This is actually a Veritasium video. If you're not subscribed to him, I feel like you've never seen the internet before. He's got like 15, 20 million subscribers or something. So I question you. You're sus. You're fucking sus. This is a video that just came out a day ago entitled The $1 Trillion Equation. And I'm very interested by what it's even about. but this guy does such great videos, and since that sounds like something that tangentially relates to the sort of stuff we do here, we're gonna watch part of it. Wrong screen. No. Yes.
This single equation.
Oh god, that's loud.
Spawned 4 multi-trillion-dollar industries and transformed everyone's approach to risk.
Do you think that most people are aware of the size, scale, utility of derivatives?
No, no idea.
But at its core, this equation comes from physics, from discovering atoms, understanding how heat is transferred, and how to beat the casino at blackjack. So maybe it shouldn't be surprising that some of the best to beat the stock market were not veteran traders, but physicists, scientists, and mathematicians. In 1988, a mathematics professor named Jim Simons set up the Medallion Investment Fund. And every year for the next 30 years, the Medallion Fund delivered higher returns than the market average. And not just by a little bit. It returned 66% per year. At that rate of growth, $100 invested in 1988 would be worth $8.4 billion today. This made Jim Simons easily the richest mathematician of all time. But being good at math doesn't guarantee success in financial markets. Just ask Isaac Newton. In 1720, Newton was 77 years old, and he was rich. He had made a lot of money working as a...
Speaking of YouTube, Bono sucks, which also sucks. Fair. Totally fair.
Professor at Cambridge for decades, and he had a side hustle as the master of the Royal Mint. His net worth was £30,000, the
According to South Park, he's the world's biggest turd.
Equivalent of $6 million today. Now to grow his fortune...
Just because I am talking, I like to make sure we don't miss things, so...
Newton. In 1720, Newton was 77 years old, and he was rich. He had made a lot of money working as a professor at Cambridge for decades, and he had a side hustle as the master of the Royal Mint. His net worth was £30,000, the equivalent of $6 million today. Now to grow his fortune, Newton invested in stocks. One of his big bets was on the South Sea Company. Their business was shipping enslaved Africans across the Atlantic. Business was booming, and the share price grew rapidly. By April of 1720, the value of Newton's shares had doubled, so he sold his stock. But the stock price kept going up. And by June, Newton bought back in, and he kept buying shares even as the price peaked. When the price started to fall, Newton didn't sell. He bought more shares, thinking he was buying the dip. But there was no rebound, and ultimately he lost around a third of his wealth. When asked why he didn't see it coming, Newton responded, "I can calculate the motions of the heavenly body."
Sorry, chat. I was slightly behind this because I was I was listening on my device over here, and oh, did I not say I'm taking? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm taking a break, but I'm listening with you while we do this first part of it. And the thing is, I can't believe what I just heard. I didn't even realize that about Isaac Newton, but holy crap! Did you all hear it with me? Isaac Newton was a slave trader. Did anybody else know that? That just blew me away. That just blew me away. Or basically, he invested in slave traders. Like that? What? He only had 4 million. Yeah, that's wow. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Business was booming, and the share price grew rapidly. By April of 1720, the value of Newton's shares had doubled, so he sold his stock. But the stock price kept going up. And by June, Newton bought back in, and he kept buying shares even as the price peaked. When the price started to fall, Newton didn't sell. He bought more shares, thinking he was buying the dip. But there was no rebound, and ultimately he lost around a third of his wealth. When asked why he didn't see it coming, Newton responded, "I can calculate the motions of the heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people." So what did Simons get right that Newton got wrong? Well, for one thing, Simons was able to stand on the shoulders of giants. The pioneer of using math to model financial markets was Louis Bachelier, born in 1870. Both of his parents died when he was 18, and he had to take over his father's wine business. He sold the business a few years later and moved to Paris to study physics. But he needed a job to support himself and his family, and he found one at the Bourse, the Paris Stock Exchange. And inside was Newton's madness of people in its rawest form. Hundreds of traders screaming prices, making hand signals, and doing deals. The thing that captured Bachelier's interest were contracts known as options. The earliest known options were bought around 600 BC by the Greek philosopher Thales of Miletus. He believed that the coming summer would yield a bumper crop of olives. To make money off this idea, he could have purchased olive presses, which, if he were right, would be in great demand. But he didn't have enough money to buy the machines. So instead, he went to all the existing olive press owners and paid them a little bit of money to secure the option to rent their presses in the summer for a specified price. When the harvest came, Thales was right. There were so many olives that the price of renting a press skyrocketed. Thales paid the press owners their pre-agreed price, and then he rented out the machines at a higher rate and pocketed the difference. Thales had executed the first known call option. A call option gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy something at a later date for a set price, known as the strike price. You can also buy a put option, which gives you the right, but not the obligation, to sell something at a later date for the strike price. Put options are useful if you expect the price to go down. Call options are useful if you expect the price to go up. For example, let's say the current price of Apple stock is $100, but you expect it to go up. You could buy a call option for $10 that gives you the right, but not the obligation, to buy Apple stock in 1 year for $100. That is the strike price. Just a little side note, American options can be exercised on any date up to the expiry, whereas European options must be exercised on the expiry date. To keep things simple, we'll stick to European options. So if in a year the price of Apple stock has gone up to $130, you can use the option to buy shares for $100 and then immediately sell them for $130. After you take into account the $10 you paid for the option, you've made a $20 profit. Alternatively, if in a year...
Okay. Okay, chat. I think my mic's on. I'm back. And in response to you, Obsolete Optics, good to see you. Welcome back. What you missed was a bunch of stuff, but right now we're watching a video talking about a stock market manipulation, essentially by the use of something called derivatives, which is what tanked the economy in 2008, in which trillions of dollars of money are still riding on, and nobody really talks about the fact that they just kept doing what they were doing. And I think that's what this is mostly about, from what I can tell up to this point. He's been not really getting political about it. This is Veritasium video, so it's very mathematical and scientific, as he always is, which I can appreciate.
Stock prices dropped to $70.
But essentially, if you're not understanding the math here and what's happening in front of you, I will stop on this graph and continue to explain it. But actually, I don't think I need to, because he's going to continue to do it. But it's essentially sports betting on the stock market. Oh yeah, and we also discovered that Isaac Newton profited from the trading of slaves by way of purchasing stocks.
You just wouldn't use the option, and you've lost the $10 you paid for it. So the profit and loss diagram looks like this. If the stock price ends up below the strike price, you lose what you paid for the option. But if the stock price is higher than the strike price, then you earn that difference minus the cost of the option.
This is actually the latest Veritasium video. It just came out like a day ago, and I was really interested by it. I love to study economics and things of that nature, so...
One is that it limits your downside. If you had bought the stock instead of the option and it went down to $70, you would have lost $30, and in theory, you could have lost $100 if the stock went to zero. The second benefit is options provide leverage. If you had bought the stock and it went up to $130, then your investment grew by 30%. But if you had bought the option, you only had to put up $10, so your profit of $20 is actually a 200% return on investment. On the downside, if you had owned the stock, your investment would have only dropped by 30%, whereas with the option, you lose all 100%. So with options trading, there's a chance to make much larger profits, but also much bigger losses. The third benefit is you can use options as a hedge.
I think the original motivation for options was to figure out a way to reduce risk. And then, of course, once people decided they wanted to buy insurance, that meant that there are other people out there that wanted to sell it for a profit. And
Right, and then it became a money-making opportunity and a massive business, and now trillions of dollars worth of digital paper riding on these equations.
that's how markets get created.
So options can be an incredibly useful investing tool. But what Bachelier saw on the trading floor was chaos, especially when it came to the price of stock options. Even though they had been around for hundreds of years, no one had found a good way to price them. Traders would just bargain to come to an agreement about what the price should be.
Given the option to buy or sell something in the future, it seems like a very amorphous kind of a trade. And so coming up with prices for these rather strange objects has been
It's literally in your recommended directly below this stream. Now that is accuracy from the algorithm right there. I don't pretend that this channel is as informative as Veritasium or as reputable, but I do try to be somewhat informative usually.
challenge that's plagued a number of economists and business people for centuries.
Now Bachelier, already interested in probability, thought there had to be a mathematical solution to this problem, and he proposed this as his PhD topic to his advisor, Henri Poincaré. Looking into the math of finance wasn't really something people did back then, but to Bachelier's surprise, Poincaré agreed. To accurately price an option, first you need to know what happens to stock prices over time. The price of a stock is basically set by a tug of war between buyers and sellers. When more people want to buy a stock, the price goes up. When more people want to sell a stock, the price goes down. But the number of buyers and sellers can be influenced by almost anything, like the weather, politics, new competitors, innovation, and so on.
Oh, good night, Mike. Good having you on the stream.
So Bachelier realized that it's virtually impossible to predict all these factors accurately. So the best you can do is assume that at any point in time, the stock price is just as likely to go up as down. And therefore, over the long term, stock prices follow a random walk, moving up and down as if their next move is determined by the flip of a coin.
Randomness is a hallmark of an efficient market. By efficient, economists typically mean that you can't make money by trading.
The idea that you shouldn't be able to buy an asset and sell it immediately for a profit is known as the efficient market hypothesis.
The more people try to make money by predicting the stock market and then trading on those predictions, the less predictable those prices are. If you and I could predict the stock market tomorrow, then we would do it. We would start trading today on stocks that we thought were going to go up tomorrow. Well, if we did that, then instead of going up tomorrow, they would go up now as we bought more and more of the stock.
And that's the thing that is in fact happening all of the time. When you have companies, which we've talked about here, like BlackRock and Jane Street and Berkshire Hathaway trading trillions of dollars amongst them, you know, JP Morgan, like the biggest bank in the world, actively trading, which used to be illegal according to the Glass-Steagall, which until it was repealed during the Clinton administration. We were protected from having commercial banks that had customers from doing this kind of activity. but are now in full force. They're able to essentially do this sorts of stuff, like make markets for themselves. They're able to buy quote unquote protection, sell insurance to other people, and then use the money that they have and the positions they have in these stocks and other sorts of investment vehicles to either pump up or dump the price of any stock nearly at will, I would point out, without anybody even knowing it's them until next year, effectively, because they don't have to release statements unless they're a public company, and until the next fiscal year.
So the very act of predicting actually affects the quality of the future outcomes. And so in a totally efficient market, the prices tomorrow can't possibly have any predictive power. If they did, we would have taken advantage of it today.
This is a Galton board. It's got rows of pegs arranged in a triangle and around 6,000 tiny ball bearings that I can pour through the pegs. Now each time a ball hits a peg, there's a 50-50 chance it goes to the left or the right. So each ball follows a random walk as it passes through these pegs, which makes it basically impossible to predict the path of any individual ball. But if I flip this over, what you can see is that all the balls together always create a predictable pattern.
That was kind of
That
amazing.
is, a collection of random walks
was
creates
incredible.
A normal distribution. It's centered around the middle because the number of paths a ball could take to get here is the greatest, and the further out you go, the fewer the paths.
We gotta watch that again, chat. That was so satisfying. We're doing a quick ASMR video. I'm gonna turn the volume up on it too. I want to hear the balls going. So lovely. So good.
It goes to the left or the right. So each ball follows a random walk as it passes through these pegs, which makes it basically impossible to predict the path of any individual ball. But if I flip this over, what you can see is that all the balls together always create a predictable pattern. That is, a collection of random walks creates a normal distribution. It's centered around the middle because the number of paths a ball could take to get here is the greatest, and the further out you go, the fewer the paths a ball could take to get there. Like, if you want to end up here,
I swear to God, sometimes math is just like magic. It's like, how to do that? What?
well, the ball would have to go left, 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 all the way down. So there's only one way to get here, but to get into the middle, there are thousands of paths that a ball could take. Now, Bachelier believed a stock price is just like a ball going through a Galton board. Each additional layer of pegs represents a time step. So after a short time, the stock price could only move up or down a little, but after more time, a wider range of prices is possible. According to Bachelier, the expected future price of a stock is described by a normal distribution, centered on the current price, which spreads out over time. Bachelier realized he had rediscovered the exact equation which describes how heat radiates from regions of high temperature to...
After watching that, I'm realizing, though, that some of that was probably YouTube magic, right? Like, he probably did a bunch of takes until it looked really close to the normal distribution curve, and I was like, all right, good. So, because if you looked at the data after that, there were some irregular-looking curves.
Regions of low temperature. This was first discovered by Joseph Fourier back in 1822. So Bachelier called his discovery the radiation of probabilities. Since he was writing about finance, the physics community didn't take any notice, but the mathematics of the random walk would go on to solve an almost century-old mystery in physics. In 1827, Scottish botanist Robert Brown was looking at pollen grains under the microscope, and he noticed that the particles suspended in water on the microscope slide were moving around randomly. Because he didn't know whether it was something to do with the pollen being living material, he tested non-organic particles, such as dust from lava and meteorite rock. Again, he saw them moving around in the same way. So Brown discovered that any particles, if they were small enough, exhibited this random movement, which came to be known as Brownian motion. But what caused it remained a mystery. 80 years later, in 1905, Einstein figured out the answer. Over the previous couple hundred years, the idea that gases and liquids were made up of molecules became more and more popular. But not everyone was convinced that molecules were real in a physical sense, just that the theory explained a lot of observations.
By the way, if you're if you're not aware of it, I think what he's referring to is Einstein's theory of relativity, but he wasn't explicit about what he was talking about.
Led Einstein to hypothesize that Brownian motion is caused by the trillions of molecules hitting the particle from every direction every instant. Occasionally, more will hit from one side than the other, and the particle will momentarily jump. To derive the mathematics, Einstein supposed that, as an observer, we can't see or predict these collisions with any certainty. So at any time, we have to assume that the particle is just as likely to move in one direction as another. So, just like stock prices, microscopic particles move like a ball falling down a Galton board. The expected location of a particle is described by a normal distribution which broadens with time. It's why even in completely still water, microscopic particles spread out. This is diffusion. By solving the Brownian motion mystery, Einstein had found definitive evidence that atoms and molecules exist.
Okay, cool. If you guys want to watch the rest of that, do definitely go watch it on his channel. I'd absolutely recommend Veritasium's videos for scientific and mathematics related stuff. That guy is a genius, and has managed to really, not only crack the YouTube algorithm, but crack how to teach people about science and math in really interesting ways, or at least more interesting than the obvious ways sometimes. We're going to stick with economics related stuff for now. This one we'll do quick. We'll do these two quick, and then we'll go to the next one, which is a little longer. Whoops, what did I do it this way? My bad, chat. Wow, it's really late, but I've only been streaming for not even 3 hours yet because I started so late. Well, we'll probably end early today because I just don't want to go on too late. Let's see, where is it on this screen? Okay.
Rate hikes could finally be on the way in Japan. That after figures out Tuesday showed inflation falling less than expected. At 2%, the gain in the core consumer prices index is exactly in line with the Bank of Japan's target. Governor Kazuo Ueda has said he wants to see signs of sustained price rises before moving on rates. Now the new inflation numbers will fuel bets on spring pay rises at big firms and suggest Ueda's conditions are about to be met. Economists say a rate increase could even come next month, though one told Reuters that April was still the more likely moment. While inflation is seen as a scourge in most places, Japan has for decades been beset by deflation. That has sapped consumer spending and left growth to sputter. BMO Family Office Investment Chief Carol Schlief says rising prices are now among the signs that the cycle could be broken.
You've got some shifting demographics. You've got inflation.
I'm glad you like videos like that. By the way, just so everybody knows, because I wasn't completely clear, we switched videos over to a Reuters video here discussing rate hikes being discussed in Japan, which I would point out before we finish this video is hugely important for the global economy. The Bank of Japan is one of the most important central banks, if you look at it, around the world. And they have, not only were they the first of all the central banks to start lowering rates artificially by way of purchasing their own government bonds, by creating currency, which is known as quantitative easing. They are the last ones to still be doing it because they haven't stopped. Everybody else has started raising rates. United States, the EU, Bank of Germany, IMF, basically everybody. I believe England has also raised rates as well. Pretty much all the Western countries have, including some of the like Eastern countries but there's different sort of things at play in some of those places that aren't necessarily relating to central bank policy as much as it is some other situations. So I'm not going to relate them into that. But in terms of this particular situation, it does signal it does signal to, I think, other central banks that higher rates may very well be here to stay, and that's at least going to be something I think said at some point soon. This only came out very recently, a couple of days ago, I think, or maybe last night.
Sputter.
What is BMO? Why don't I know what BMO is? What BMO?
BMO Family Office Investment Chief.
Is that what you're talking about? BMO? You're calling them BMO? Okay, we'll do that.
Leaf says rising prices are now among the signs that the cycle could be broken.
You've got some shifting demographics. You've got inflation for the first time in a generation and a half. I heard one Japanese father talking about being hopeful that his children could, for the first time in their careers, see increases in their base wages.
Clues to whether that is true could come as early as mid-March. That is when Japanese firms are due to start talks with labour unions over new pay agreements. Workers, investors and the Bank of Japan will all be watching very carefully.
Okay. But yeah, if you're unaware, out of the political, just for some context here, after the financial crisis started, part of the response to it, when everybody talks about that like 11, 12, 13, whatever $billion number people bring up, because it really depends on how you want to count it. I think you could get it all the way up to 15. But that's what the United States did, right? In response to it, they lowered interest rates, and we've been living in a zero interest rate environment for banks. You know, because that's the thing that people don't think about, is that the banks for 10 plus 15 years now, almost 15 years, like 14 years, they got 0% interest money. Like, you could never go to the Federal Reserve and ask for money, but we could go to the Federal Reserve and get money for 0% and then loan it out to you for 20% on your credit card or whatever it might be. Now it's like way up there, but you know, it's the way that the capitalist system is set up, so that you have to pay for things that people with power don't, and it's gross. Anyway, what's my next video? By the way, I hope I haven't lost anybody here with all the economics talk. But just trying to make sure we keep up with everything that's going on, and not just in our own country, because things happening outside affect us as well. But we are going to stick with it a little bit more. Then we'll hopefully, I think I have something fun else for us to look at. But we are going to start off with this one. This is from 2 days ago, I think. Yes. You're getting sleepy, but you're still enjoying the stream. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream still. And if at any point you need sleep, don't worry. You can go to sleep, no problem. I'm just trying to make sure I get through this stuff, because I have a bunch of stuff that's been... If you notice, there's a theme right now. There's a bunch of stuff that's been, like, they're like 2 days ago. It's because I am trying to also get through things that I had planned on getting to previously, so I don't get all behind everything and feel like I'm just starting. Because I'm starting to feel like that's kind of the case. Where I'm like, oh God, I was planning on covering this yesterday. I was planning on covering this 2 days ago. And if I get to 3, I'm gonna start getting upset. So, yes, this video is a Reuters video discussing the US FTC doing their job, suing to block a merger of Kroger and what's the other one? Shit. What's the other one? Albertsons.
U.S. supermarket chain Kroger's deal to buy smaller rival Albertsons may be on thin ice after the Federal Trade Commission in 8 states said Monday they are suing to block the deal. They say it could result in higher grocery bills for millions of Americans. The $24.6 billion deal would create a grocery empire with more than 4,000 stores and would strengthen Kroger's position as the second largest player in the U.S. grocery market behind Walmart. The merger has drawn scrutiny from lawmakers and consumer groups worried about price hikes, job losses, store closures, and fewer options for consumers. U.S. food prices have risen by 25% over the last 4 years. And while food inflation is showing signs of cooling off in 2024, grocery bills have become a growing concern for shoppers. The Biden administration has recently pressed for lower grocery prices and pushed back against big-ticket mergers that risk price hikes. After the FTC suit was announced, the White House said Biden believes large corporations must be checked by healthy competition. Shares of Kroger fell 2%, while Albertsons stock rose by over 0.5 point. The deal spread a measure of investor confidence in the merger.
This is the kind of thing. That's enough. I don't hear anymore. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that we need more of, right? We need less mergers. That kind of stuff is what is causing more inflation, which people are always complaining about. But the FTC and the is there another one? I'm trying to think. I think there's another one. But they can stop these things legally in court and combat inflation, because the fact is, if they don't have any competition, there's no reason to lower prices, because you can just charge whatever you want. If you're the only store, you can genuinely charge whatever you want to a degree, until people start like driving 10-20 miles out of their way because it's so expensive. But you get what I'm saying? If you're the only player in the market, it's much easier to exert dominance and increase prices without having people push back on it. All right, now this one I thought would be funny and interesting in kind of space and sci-fi related, but because I feel like we've been doing so much serious stuff lately, and my brain is so like overwhelmed by all the stuff that I've been like talking about, that I figured we all deserve this, or at least I feel like we at least deserve some sort of silly but kind of intellectual discussion. At least try and keep it mildly intellectual so our brains are still working.
Thank you, and can everyone hear me in the back there? Certainly sounds loud up here, I don't know. It's been a tremendous experience already for me just today being here at the Linda Hall Library. As far as I can tell, this is a unique resource in the world, a private research library devoted to science. And I got to go downstairs and look at the stacks and the older journals and go through the rare books exhibit and everything. And so it's a wonderful privilege to be in the vicinity of this place, and I'm very happy to see that they're having public talks, especially on such an interesting topic as extraterrestrial life and aliens and other things that I'm going to have very little to say about. So I wanted to start my own talk with a confession. I hate it when speakers start by apologizing, but nevertheless I'm going to do it because the thing I'm going to be talking about is time travel, the idea especially of traveling backwards in time.
All right, folks, he's done it. He's done it. He did it. He did it. Okay, he broke the fourth wall. He broke the ice more than anything. He's referred to what this video is about. It's about time travel. And the importance of this video is to ask ourselves, can we do it? Can we go back and fix all the mistakes that we've made? Because I would like to think so. And maybe we'll break something here today together. And Moanup looks skeptical with those eyes. Settle down. No, this is important. Okay, we've got the technology.
To traveling faster than the speed of light, and clearly both ideas are related to extraterrestrials with arbitrarily advanced technology. What would they be able to do? Could they actually warp space and time so much as to travel backwards in time, travel faster than the speed of light, visit us, have visited us in the past? But what I'm going to do is set the stage. I'm really going to talk about the physics of time travel, what it would mean, is it possible, what do we know and we don't know, and in fact there's a lot that we don't know. It's kind of embarrassing that we don't know more than we do. But then I'm going to leave it up to you to decide what the aliens could do with that knowledge.
Should we, says Mono. A great question, and maybe this speaker will help us come to that conclusion, or maybe we'll come to it ourselves, you know. But that's what this is going to be for right now. This is also going to let me kind of maybe do a couple of things on the Discord while I'm watching this, because it's less serious. Hopefully everyone understands that I'm doing this in a somewhat it seems like he's, because I was watching part of it and I was like, fuck it, let's just watch it together, this is gonna be hilarious. But like, he seems to have a good sense of humor about this, so hopefully this can be just kind of a little humorous late night discussion of time travel. Nothing serious here. You should really be trying to sleep to get rid of this headache, but you're here for a little more. Okay, cool. That sounds good, BCat. Well, don't overdo it. Take care of yourself.
They're going to learn that we don't know. The first thing to emphasize is, of course, that the idea of time is a fascinating one in and of itself. It takes us from our everyday lives. We move through time. You all knew that to be here, you had to be here at 7 o'clock. You knew what that meant. You knew what to do with it. But it's a mystery. We don't know how time works at a fundamental level. And to quantify this, researchers at the Oxford English Dictionary found that time was the most used noun in the English language. Now, these days, we don't care what dictionaries say.
That's interesting. That's an interesting fact. This guy is telling me some stuff I wasn't even expecting. That's actually a really interesting fact. If that's true, I'd have to look it up, but I expect that he's a reasonably qualified individual, although I'll look him up right now because I just realized I haven't. But once again, this is meant for entertainment purposes mostly, but that's interesting if that's true. If time is the most used noun in the English language, I feel like that gives me some sort of different perspective suddenly. You do the nasty and the pasty. Okay.
Care what the internet says, so I checked. On the internet, I looked at various words that you might think are popular. Space, much less popular than time. Money, much less popular than space, which is that's encouraging. Fun, love, sex. Peace versus war, really not very optimistic there in terms of the number of pages found. Harry Potter, small but catching up. And time with almost 1 trillion web pages that mention the word time in there. So I don't even know how that is possible, that there are literally 1 trillion, right? This would be, 1 billion, literally 1 billion web pages. One web page for every 6 human beings here on Earth that talk about the notion of time. So clearly we're interested in it. We're especially interested in the notion of going backwards in time travel. And we get a lot of our feelings for what time travel is from fiction, from movies and TV shows, books, and so forth. It's a fascinating subject. We approach it from all different ways, traveling through space, hopping into boxes of one form or another, aging backwards in time.
I've seen this movie. Actually, well, I haven't watched all of Lost, but I've seen Primer. If you haven't seen it, it's a very interesting movie. It's a very interesting movie. Oh, it's cute. Hugs going on in chat. What am I doing? Oh yeah, playing this video, but I was also looking this guy up.
Here's Bill and Ted, who had excellent adventures with historical figures. Clearly, this is something that fascinates us for some reason.
Excellent.
So let's just start by asking, why is it so interesting to contemplate going backwards in time? What is it that makes it something we like to think about and to dramatize in movies and books and so forth? And the simple answer is that time travel seems paradoxical to us. It seems, without thinking about it too hard, but a little bit, that if you can travel backwards in time, bad things can happen. So the picture has the time-traveling cat about to sneak up on himself. That would be bad. We often
okay, just for context, because I said it was. Oh, you're very welcome, BCat. You're very welcome. I love making the content. I love making the content. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So this guy talking is actually quite reputable, from what I can tell. Usually people who are research professors in physics at Caltech happen to have some amount of credibility. That appears to be his qualifications.
Ties it even a little bit more by saying, well, what if you traveled backwards in time and you killed your parents before they met? Then how did you get born?
It may shock you, it may not, but I actually took a class in honors theoretical physics at one point, and this is having a very familiar vibe.
Because they couldn't get...
It really has got this like honors nerdery, but it's like honors sci-fi nerdery basically, because it's all theoretical, and it's like, ooh, what might happen if we did this? Come on, Marty, we gotta go.
Birthed you. And that is a legitimate puzzle. Of course, it starts by asking, if we could travel backwards in time, what would happen? And so the simple answer is, well, you can't travel backwards in time. Any questions? I have more to say than that. So it turns out
You're killing my buzz, bro.
that you can do better. It's true that the simple ideas that you might have about time travel would lead to some paradoxes, but you have to decide, does that truly mean that time travel is simply logically impossible? Or is there some way around it? Could we possibly do better? Well, you can do a little bit better, and this seems like a cop-out, but the basic rule that has to be obeyed is that there are no paradoxes. What this means is that even if you could travel into the past, what you could not do is change it. And I really want to emphasize this, that as far as we know, even if it were possible to go back into the past, nothing that you could do once you got there could affect the series of events that we know happened. So as characters from TV show Lost say, whatever happened, happened. If you can travel back into the past, you can't mess with it because we know it already happened. It's different from the future. We think that for the future, we can make choices. You can decide today what to have for dinner tomorrow night. We think that that's something that you're allowed to do. We do not think that you can decide today what to have had for dinner last night, okay? We believe there's a fundamental asymmetry, a difference between the past and the future. The past is settled, the past happened, it's set in stone, but the future is up for grabs. Time travel gets in the way of this way of thinking about the difference between the past and the future, and that's really what's at the heart of why it bugs us, why it offers fertile ground for fiction and for movies and so forth. If time travel were possible, it would necessarily imply a form of predestination. What you were able to do in your own personal future is limited if that personal future happens in the past. If there's something that you know happened, like you were born, and you say, okay, let me imagine that I can travel into the past. Let me imagine that I can hop in a time machine and go back to a moment before my parents left. What would stop me from killing them or somehow stopping?
Hey, my dog, it's good to see you. Welcome back to Galactic News Network, where we're covering all the most important topics. We're about 3.5 hours in, currently over the East Coast of the United States of America, talking about the paradoxes of time travel with research professor of physics from Caltech, Sean Carroll, I think that's what his name was. Yes, so it's definitely infotainment at this moment. We've already gone through a lot of serious stuff this week, last couple weeks, last few months. Not me personally, but I think all of us as a group. And yeah, so trying to lighten things up with a little bit of sci-fi philosophy. I feel like Mono Up is being sarcastic about that. This is very serious, okay? We were from the beginning, my hypothesis, if you will, or plan for watching this video was to maybe glean some way for us to use time travel to fix all the mistakes that we've made, have a better present. So far, it's not looking good. He doesn't seem to be on board with his plan and is more keen on us doing something for the future. But hey, maybe that too could do something. I'm not ruling it out. That's all I'm saying. Chat's more skeptical on it, but we're sticking with this for now.
Them from meeting, and the answer is something. You might not know what, but it's just like having a prophecy. It's just like Harry Potter knowing that either he or Voldemort is going to have to die. We don't know how it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. Even if you can go backwards to visit your parents before they left, maybe that is possible. What's not possible is that you can prevent them from having you, because we know that already happened. Now, the basic reason why this annoys us is because we think we have free will. We think that if we did hop into a time machine and travel to the past, and there we were with our parents, we could then be free to make the choice to prevent them from getting together, killing them or something less dramatic than that, but somehow changing what happened. The point is that what we think of as free will, I hate to tell you this, is really just kind of an approximation. At the level of the deep down laws of physics, for the most part, the laws of physics don't have free will in them. If you know what something is doing, if you know what a box of gas is doing, or a pendulum, or a planet moving around the sun, and you know the laws of physics, you can predict what it will do in the future. The reason we think we have free will is because we don't have that information about ourselves. We don't know that much about the universe. We know some crude things, but we certainly don't know what we're thinking, much less what our friends are thinking, much less what other people in the world are thinking, or what other things are going on. I just got distracted by chat.
I gotta go back now. I know it's not serious, but it's funny because I too liked Quantum Leap. So it seems like we all somehow liked Quantum Leap, and we're all here together enjoying my little space stream. Although I felt like I stopped watching it into the later seasons. So
the laws of physics, you can predict what it will do in the future. The reason we think we have free will is because we don't have that information about ourselves. We don't know that much about the universe. We know some crude things, but we certainly don't know what we're thinking, much less what our friends are thinking, much less what other people in the world are thinking, or what other things are going on in the world. So there's a tremendous amount of freedom open to us when we contemplate what could happen in the future, just because even if it is determined, there's nothing that we can do about it. That doesn't help us any. A lot of people are disturbed by the idea of determinism, the idea that if we have the system of the universe right now perfectly, we could predict the future. I'm here to tell you, don't be disturbed. The idea of determinism...
Wait, are there two Quantum Leaps? Was there a Wait, hold on, because I think I was watching a more recent version. Hold on. Hold on. This actually rises to the same level of seriousness as this video, so... Oh yeah, there were two. And actually, I guess it was a 90. It was really more of a 90 show. It went from 89 to 93. So it just barely made it into the 80s. But yeah, then there was a reboot in 2022. And it's still going on right now. Currently playing on Oh, it's for free on Roku. You could watch it for free on Roku. And NBC. Very interesting. Never gave it a chance. Well, you still have a chance. It hasn't even concluded yet, so And maybe you're so loyal to the previous that you don't want to, and I can understand that. I hate reboots usually, so no shock that somebody else is skeptical of a reboot. Sometimes I hate the idea of people even doing second seasons, because usually these days it feels like TV shows, since we consume them in one sitting, it's like a movie. So like the second one has to be like epic, and if it's an epic show, like that second season, you're like, oh god, can it even achieve the same greatness it had last season? Scott Bakula. Okay. Yeah, 100%.
Is not like an ancient wise man who says this is what will happen in the future and there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like that. The idea of determinism is an annoying little kid who says, I know what you're going to do next. And you say, well, what am I going to do? And the kid says, I can't tell you that. And then you do it, and the kid says, I knew you were going to do that. That's what determinism is in the real world. The universe knows what you're going to do, but you don't know, and it's not going to tell you. You do know what happened in the past. There's an asymmetry between the past and the future because the early universe was a very, very special state. I can recommend a good book to read about this if you're more interested. But the difference between the past and the future comes down to this idea of entropy. The early universe was low entropy, which means it was orderly, it was neatly, precisely arranged. There was a boundary condition. We know what the early universe was like. The future is completely unconstrained, as far as we know. We don't know what the future is like. So given what the universe is today and the past boundary condition, we can more or less figure out what the past was like, whereas we can't figure out what the future is like. That's why we think we have free will toward the past, but not the future. You see what the problem is that if you have time travel, if you can go from here into the future and then loop around back into the past, then there's no clean distinction between the past and the future. This idea that we know the past, but the future is up for grabs, gets destroyed if you can travel into the past. If you could do that, then your personal future would be part of the universe's past. And there's no way to say which is the end that is determined, which is the end that we're able to affect in any way. So
why must you insist on making these distinctions, sir?
The point is that you could imagine consistent histories in which you travel to the past.
It's okay, folks,
but they're
though.
very,
Hold on.
very highly constrained. Knowing that your parents...
I've got something to help us get through all of this. I've brought Scott Bakula to help us discern all of this, make things more understandable. So just gonna hang out right there. This can be our little secret.
Parents gave birth to you, if you can go visit them in the past, is like knowing what is going to happen to you next year. It's not knowledge you're normally thinking of as something you have access to, but that's what time travel does. So again, the simple answer would be...
I'm glad you guys like that. I'm glad.
Time travel...
I really do think he's going to help us get through this.
Possible, but we're going to think about it a little bit more carefully. So there's one big aside, one big caveat to all of that, which is that I'm speaking the language right now of classical mechanics, of mechanics as Isaac Newton would have understood it. But we know better. Classical mechanics is not how the world works. There's something called quantum mechanics. And quantum mechanics plays with our ideas of determinism. We can't predict the future exactly. Probabilities become involved. And there's a very good reason for thinking that when you observe something in quantum mechanics, you can have a particle that is spread out. There's no location for it. There's different probabilities of observing it in different places. But when you look at it, the universe splits into multiple copies. A copy where you saw it here, a copy where you saw it there, a copy where you saw it there. In other words, quantum mechanics seems to imply that there are multiple copies of our universe. And that, at least logically, opens the possibility for going backwards in time and messing with the past. Namely, you can mess with a different version of the past than the version you actually grew up in. So here's my one slide about quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics implies that there really could be multiple worlds, like season 6 of Lost. There's multiple timelines, okay, where different things happen.
I
They
love this
branch
talk.
out. They're equal to some.
This is what I was talking about before. Like, it's like this extreme, like theoretical physics feels like sci-fi, right? Because he's just going like down the list of different sort of shows and references, and it's hilarious to me, and I love it. Oh god, okay. Continuing.
Point, and then some different event happens in the two worlds, and they go their different ways. If this is true, we can imagine this is one version of the universe with time going bottom to top. This is another version of the universe, time going from bottom to top. And these universes are identical up to this point. What happens in universe number 1 is that your parents meet, they give birth to you, you grow up, you're a very disturbed child, but you're a eccentric genius, and you build a time machine. And you use your time machine to travel backwards in time, and then you take out your anxieties by killing your parents. But you do it in a different version of the universe. And then you continue to exist in that version of the universe. You're older, you're orphaned now, you're a little bit less embittered or more embittered, depending on how that worked out for you. But your parents are dead, and they don't give birth to you in that universe. Now, this is logically possible. It has been suggested by this guy, David Deutsch, who is a very respected Oxford physicist. He's trying to point out, as theoretical physicists like to do, that these things might be conceivable to us. But nobody has an actual plan.
Inconceivable. Sorry, that wasn't a very good impression of Wallace Shawn. It was my best on the go impression, I'll say that much. A little disappointed.
Making this happen. No one has a scheme for starting in one universe and going to the past of a different universe. And if you did, let me point out, this universe still exists. You're not in it anymore. You moved. You changed addresses. But this whole history still happens. So your parents still met. You were still born. Your parents are still alive there. I think it's a cold comfort to think that you can change a version of the past if the version of the past with which you are familiar is still there. You can't change that, again, because we know it happened. There are never any paradoxes. If you invent a scenario in time travel which involves paradoxes, you're not playing by the rules. So, what are these rules about which we're talking? And now we can get into some serious thinking about physics. So this man, Isaac Newton, so today, for the first time in my life, I got to leaf through a...
Let's not forget, Isaac Newton profited off the slave trade during his time.
First edition of Newton's masterwork, because it's here in the rare books section of the Linda Hall Library, of the Principia Mathematica. Newton was the one...
Thank you. BCat did an even better impression than I did, and she did it through chat. Well done. Inconceivable.
One who set out all of the major, well, not all of, but the major advances in both science and math that enabled our understanding of the clockwork universe. The analogy was suggested to me that Newton coming up with his theory of classical mechanics out of the blue, almost like that, would be as if the Wright brothers had gone to Kitty Hawk and built a 747. You would have thought that what Newton did would have taken hundreds of years to get right, but he did it over a couple years when there was a plague in England and he had to leave Cambridge and sit and he got hit by the apple, and you've heard that story. So here is the setup that Newton proposed, and even though there's a lot of diagrams that are intimidating to us when we're taking physics classes and so forth, the basic idea is actually pretty intuitive and it makes sense to us. There's space, there's the space around us, there's the arena in which things happen. Space is full of locations.
Whoa. What just happened? Oh, shit.
The expected location of a particle is described by a normal distribution.
Whoops, sorry guys, I just did completely accidentally. Let me fix this. I hit F9 or something? Okay. Wow, interrupted some very important stuff just now.
So here is the setup that Newton proposed, and even though there's a lot of diagrams that are intimidating to us when we're taking physics classes and so forth, the basic
I think that's back like 30 seconds. I'm just going to keep it going.
idea is actually pretty intuitive, and it makes sense to us. There's space, there's the space around us, there's the arena in which things happen. Space is full of locations where there are different objects. Some locations are empty, some are occupied. And there's time. So what happens in Newton's universe is that space exists, it's full of stuff, and space happens over and over again. And the stuff in the universe changes a little bit from place to place, from moment to moment, and time is the label on different moments of the universe. Time is what prevents everything from happening at once, as someone once said. So time is the ordering. The universe is like a film strip in this way of thinking. It's like a sheet of film, and there's different frames, except that there's an infinite number of frames, and every frame is a different moment in the history of the universe. And this division of the universe into space and time is absolute. It's there, everyone agrees on it, you can measure it, nothing mysterious about it. So, given that setup, you can ask, can you travel through time in a Newtonian universe? And the simple, jokey answer is yes. If you sit around here for 24 hours, you will travel into tomorrow. You always travel through time. You always move through the Newtonian universe at 1 second per second, or 1 minute per minute. Everyone does the same thing. That's the secret to Newton's universe, is that everyone moves forward in time, 1 second per second, and everyone agrees on what that means. Everyone knows what a second is. You can build clocks, you can measure time, and you can agree on how much time has elapsed between one event and another. That's what it means for space and time to be absolute in our Newtonian universe. You can always change your perception of how time feels. You can go into suspended animation, for example. You can just go to sleep, and time seems to go a little bit faster. You can have a cup of coffee, or you can be tired, and your perception of time changes, and that's because your body, is full of clocks. A clock is just something that does the same thing over and over again in a predictable way. Your heartbeat is a clock. Your pulse, your breathing, the cycles of your central nervous system. And the problem is that they're not very good clocks. A clock should be accurate and predictable. Our bodies are affected by all sorts of things, by going to lectures that sort of send you to sleep and all things like that. So your perception of the passage of time might be sloppy and imprecise, but time itself, according to Newton, is absolutely rigid. It's absolutely doing the same thing for every reliable clock. So there's a way of thinking about this Newtonian universe that Newton himself didn't think, but we're allowed to think of it, which is to say, take the whole shebang, all of space and all of time, and call it space-time. You're allowed to do that. No one is stopping you from doing that. If you want to locate something in the universe, an event in the universe, you need to tell me where it is in space and when it is in time. To come to this lecture, you had to say it's at the Linda Hall Library at 7 p.m. You had to give both of those pieces of information. So we can think of them all together as one four-dimensional space-time. Space itself is three-dimensional. There's up, down, left, right, forward, backward. There's no other perpendicular directions in space, but there's also the direction of time. So we can think about this as a collection of events in this four-dimensional space-time. There's no reason to think of it that way because space and time act differently, according to Newton, but you can think of it that way. The question then is, how do you...
Yeah, wait, what's happening in chat right now? Wait, don't... But... Wait, so much stuff has happened. Scott Bakula was great. He went on to do the NCIS New Orleans. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He ruined Star Trek. Time is not linear. Does he have a border, though? He absolutely has a border. What are you talking about? Look at him. His border is beautiful. Bakula so small, but working so hard. I feel like Scott knows all of this already. Probably true. Love Princess Bride. As you wish. I've seen that so much. Wow. So many opinions going on here. Okay, back to the important stuff.
Divide up space-time into space versus time. And whenever you're asked a question like that, you should think of it operationally. In other words, you should think about, what is the experiment I would do? What is the apparatus that I would build to actually make this happen?
See what happened? See what happened? Oh, you like the impressive cutout? Well, I appreciate that, yeah. I did that. Has it been like that this whole time? Did we travel through time? Did I travel through time? And cutouts got Bacula's face? Who is to say?
Don't think of the whole universe with things happening very far away at different moments of time. Think about things you could build and what they would do. So Newton says, if you're here and you know that what time it is right now, you want to ask the question, what is happening far away, but at the same moment of time? What does that mean? What that means is you build two clocks, you synchronize them so they're agreeing with each other, and then you send one clock far away, and then it just sits there, and you have a bunch of clocks, and you can do this throughout the universe. Even though it's an engineering problem, you have infinite resources. So you set up a clock at every point in space, and you make them agree, they're synchronized, and that tells you what it means to have two different...
Oh, and Noah, aren't we all traveling through time? Look at you. You wonder where Richard Lewis is these days. You hope he hasn't gone the way of every other comedian for some reason. 100%. 100%. I wonder. And the thing is, I haven't heard Larry David's take on things, but I always felt that he was a pro-Palestinian, right? And like on his show, they actually tackled that issue slightly. Barely, but slightly. If you've ever seen it. And I always thought it was funny. Right, it was a decent take, and it was funny. So I was, but what? Who? Who? What? Oh my god. Wikipedia already says he died. Jesus. Just because from my knowledge of Richard Lewis, I'm gonna do this for Richard. So I know it's an MR thing usually, but shofar. Okay. R.I.P. Richard Lewis. My God, that is unfortunate. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, back to the serious discussion of the paradox of time travel. Maybe we should watch after this. I'm sure there's already something on his passing that we could watch that hopefully wouldn't get us copy struck.
Moments, two different points.
Yeah, that was a shofar. That was just a quick shofar. Out of respect.
In space, but at the same time, simultaneously in the universe. So you need good clocks.
I just see it as a sign of respect now. Because of the MR. Because of like majority reports like using it for every like announcement of importance. Like it like means something intrinsically to my brain when I hear it.
clocks, ones that remain synchronized, ones that flow at the same rate. Then along comes this guy.
And what's funny is I don't know if any of you have seen it, but recently, I think in the last season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, Larry David scares away a white supremacist with a shofar. And that one really made me laugh.
Albert Einstein.
Wait, I think you're saying you've seen it. Yeah, it's good. It's really funny.
In 1905 to say, actually, you can't do that. And you're always shown pictures of Einstein when he was in his dotage. He let himself go a little bit. The hair was going back, and he was wearing sweaters. But when he was a young guy inventing these theories of space and time, someone was combing his hair, and someone was dressing him very, very nicely. So Einstein says the following thing. He invents a new theory of space-time called special relativity. And he says, actually, you can't do that process that you need to do in the Newtonian universe in order to tell you what it means by the phrase equal times at different points in space. And the reason why is because when you start a clock moving through the universe, suddenly it goes out of synchronization. And this is not a problem with your clock. This is not some failure on your part to build an accurate clock. This is a deep fact about the world, that if you have a clock, and you have two clocks that start the same and are synchronized, and they're both very well built. One stays stationary, but the other one goes on a journey and comes back. When
Oh, okay, yeah, the trumpet. Yeah. This guy is judgy. The guy who's talking right now, is he judgy, you think? Very sassy? Yeah, he does seem very sassy. That's for sure. Oh yeah, Jerry. When we watched, remember? Maybe you weren't there, B-Cat, for this specific. Sorry, I wasn't talking directly to the mic, but I don't. I think it was 2 days ago. We watched Jerry Seinfeld leave a. It wasn't Chaya. It wasn't Haya. It was Who was it, chat? It was another one of one of those among a rather despicable group. Who was it? It wasn't. It might as well have been, right? But I can't think of who it was. I cannot think of who it was now. But yeah, she was giving a speech at the 92Y, 92nd Street Y in Manhattan, on the Upper East Side, and yeah, like Jerry Seinfeld left. He had like his door held for him, like as he got into his little like SUV and everything, like gets like driven around while Palestinians get bombed, and he gets to pose with IDF soldiers and listen to right-wing talking points. It was disgusting. Just let Scott Bakula guide us. Yeah, hopefully he'll help us get through all of this very difficult time. But looking at his face is making me think I should be doing clip videos, which I'm not doing. Because like it took me like, I don't even know how long. A couple minutes to do that. So I should be getting on this more, but I just have been trying to keep up with the news. So much of it is happening so fast, and it feels like an almost impossible task, and to also stream it. But I try.
the one that comes back is compared to the one that stayed behind, they will not agree anymore. That is just a true statement about the universe. We can do experiments. We've put clocks in airplanes and sent them around the world and compared them to ones that remain behind, and they're different. This is a true fact that you have to learn to deal with. What this means is that this absolute time of Isaac Newton isn't right. Time is individual. Time depends on the trajectory that you take through the universe. It's not a feature of the universe once and for all. It's a feature of your path through the universe, and different paths can experience different amounts of time. Now, this seems very different than our everyday experience, but let me try to convince you it's not quite as crazy as it sounds. The motto of relativity is that time is like space. So what does that mean? Well, here is space, okay? That's just a tabletop, some flat surface. And you all know that if I draw 2 points on a tabletop, I can certainly create different paths that connect those points such that the paths have different lengths, different distances.
It is impossible. You appreciate my attempt, and you think I'm doing fantastic. Well, I appreciate both of you, and you're both doing fantastic as mods. I appreciate everybody who has been here for this journey, as it's definitely been a learning curve for me to get everything, you know, doing what I want and would like to see out of this experience for everybody. So I'm genuinely glad you're doing it, because I feel like I'm managing to at least enjoy it to some degree while I'm doing it as well, even though it's usually very difficult because the topic matters we cover are pretty rough.
There can be a straight line path. That's going to be the shortest distance between those 2 points, but there can also be curvy paths. Every curvy path will have a longer distance than the short path. So what Einstein says is that time is like that. Time is just like space. The elapsed time that is read on your wristwatch as you go through the universe.
By the way, if you two ladies, because you're mods, you automatically get in. So if you want, and just so you can picture it again, although this might not be the very end of it, but this is the general impression I'm trying to give with Space Lake. I definitely think I'm gonna be either I can't too much talk about moderation. Maybe modding. I'm just gonna call mod, because that's what I mean. Modifying. Thank you. Modifying the lake to some degree, but we are whoa. Wait a second. Where's Space Lake? Oh right, I did something. Well, whatever. Well, just imagine what it looked like before. I forgot. I made the background the same image as Space Library right now. So that's what Space Lake is right now. I gotta remake it, all of it, but it's gonna look very similar to that. And if you two send me Discord like pictures or whatever it is that you want to have representing you at Space Lake, because it doesn't necessarily have to be a picture of you, it could be something that you like or whatever else. It's really up to you. But I will get you your floaties or towels or whatever else, and you can hang out there. No questions asked. Not this lake. This is a different place. This is actually the first post I put on my Patreon. I believe it's already up. I don't know if you could see it when you looked at it. I definitely still have some things to do with it. I'm just trying to you know, one thing at a time here without overwhelming myself.
Is analogous.
My dogs. No. That's funny. I forgot that you weren't here before, but I now have a Patreon link on my YouTube. It's not yet actually set up, so you can't donate or subscribe to it, but within the next week or so, maybe sooner, it should start working soon. And this is the library on the space station, where I am showing you my first galactic work of art, which has been posted to my Patreon now for all my Patreon subscribers to behold and enjoy, which is not the only benefit, but just one of the many. Is this MLM? Yeah. No, this is not an MLM, okay? That is funny, though. It is funny. No, this will not become an MLM in any way. If it does start becoming that, you let me know. If that's how you feel, and I'll check myself, you know? Okay, back. Got Scott Bakula to help us. Let's do this.
To the elapsed distance that you travel as measured by an odometer if you're walking down the street. It will be different to different people who take different paths. There is one huge and important distinction, which is that in space, the shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. In time, the straight line corresponds to the longest possible time. So what that means is that if you're sitting here and you have your watch and you're saying how long it is, someone else starts next to you, synchronized, and flies away and then comes back. They go on some curvy path through space-time. When they come back, they will be younger than you. They will have experienced less time. They will not...
This is one level, okay? One level marketing. Sure, there is some marketing, but it's just me marketing, I think. There's not a tiered system in that regard. We will not be selling yoga pants, nor will we be selling timeshares or supplements. Although just talking about it makes me want to do like a parody of something like that, but no, that won't be happening. But a bunch of news is broke, and so I'm gonna at least hit one of these real quick. Well, I know that we've been discussing the importance of time travel, but it feels like this guy's kind of been downering my plan to use it to fix all of our problems right now and undo the genocide in Gaza and the Myanmar and Namibia and everywhere else that has happened in Germany and Poland and everywhere else. The Nazis managed to get their hands on the Jews during the Holocaust, and maybe undo Biden being president and getting somebody progressive in there. And I'm really just pontificating. Many people are saying just crypto. We are not creating a galactic cryptocurrency. I feel the urge to do it, but it's not happening in any way, shape, or form. That's insane. Why would we do that? That is that's beyond an MLM. Okay. Bitcoins have no intrinsic value, even if they're currently worth $57,000. There's literally no actual value, use case. They're really just it's a useless thing, in my opinion. Anybody who disagrees with me can, disagree with me on that. But I have my own opinion on the situation. Two videos. One live, one not, so I'm gonna watch whoops, that's not what I meant to do. Hold on. Sorry, Scott, we gotta be more serious. MLMs for bros. Bromalem. No, none of that. We won't be doing this. Won't be doing that. Thank you. God. It feels like when I want YouTube to read my mind, it doesn't, and then when I do, or did I say it right? I think you know what I'm saying. It does. I don't know. Either way. Wait, just crypto, which I could use to pay for.
That if you were sitting here and you had...
Wait, stop talking. I'm listening.
Someone else.
No, stop talking. You could use it to pay for NFTs or leggings and essential oils. For a second, I thought you were being serious, and then it went way off the rails there really quickly. Okay.
Israel has a fascism problem.
So true. So true. Wait, pause. Okay, this next video is called Zionism. Is it a white supremacist project? By TRT World. Just came out a minute ago. But TRT World's pretty based, so wait for it. Alright, Scott, we don't need you for this, pal. We'll get back to you. We'll get back to you.
Israel has a fascism problem.
נכון, אני לא יכולה לומר, אני באמת יכולה לומר לעצמי שיש בי משהו פשיסטי, כאילו...
It is hurting not just the thousands of Palestinians killed, wounded, or displaced under the occupation, but also the Jewish people Israel claims to be protecting. Zionism is built upon the idea of a Jewish homeland. But in that Jewish homeland, not all Jews are equal. The founders of Zionism, like Theodor Herzl, and Israel's early state builders, were all Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim are white European Jews hailing from Eastern and Central Europe and the former Russian Empire. Herzl wrote a famous novel.
Theodor Herzl's famous book Alt Neuland, or Old New Land, which envisioned the modern state of...
Yeah, that's my main problem with it, BCat, is the ethics of it are very, very, and honestly, when I say murky, which is the word that comes to mind, I feel like that's doing the word murky a disservice, because it just feels pretty one-sidedly a bad idea in general. And like I'm not sure if Monope is being serious or not. I can't tell. I feel like she's joking, but if not, like, I guess just for me, like, in terms of this stream, I just would rather not think about it in that sort of, like, I feel like I can hopefully create either content for YouTube, Twitch, or Patreon, and have that be enough. I just hope that, you know, creating a crypto is not what I need to do because it just doesn't feel right. The whole system doesn't feel right, and I just don't want to engage in it and have people get hurt because of something I chose to do and support, and because of what I know about it up to this point, I just don't feel comfortable, even though it's at all-time highs right now. Like, I saw right below this video, there's a video directly relating to everything we're talking about right now with Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. So, okay, good. You are joking. Good. No, you don't have to be sorry. I just wanted to be sure that I'm on the same page as you, so I can either enjoy the joke or know how to respond. Because right now I was just taking you at face value. Okay.
Israel, years before its creation.
The book also talked about Israel as small Europe in the Middle East. But not all Jews are Ashkenazim, and not all Ashkenazim are Zionists.
All the rabbis around the world for 130 years since Zionism started spoke up in every way, in every style that they had, and declared that Zionism is sinful, is a criminal, and is totally unacceptable according to my religion.
That's Rabbi Yisrael Dovid Weiss. He is one of the many anti-Zionist Jews around the world. In fact, prior to the Holocaust...
I would just point out, like, we were watching a protest yesterday, and he appears to be Orthodox Jewish, and those protesters were also Orthodox.
And the founding of the State of Israel, Zionism was a fringe minority.
You felt shame, so you were kind of apologizing to yourself. But I think, if anything, it made the joke better in the end, so I'm not mad at it.
Movement among the world's Jewry. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, as survivors and Zionists started to emigrate to Palestine, there was an immense need for manpower to build and populate this new formation. In 1911, David Ben-Gurion, who would later become Israel's first prime minister, went on record saying, "We need people who are born workers. We have to pay attention to the local element, the Oriental Jews, both the Yemenite and Sephardic. Their standard of living and their needs are lower." So to get builders and soldiers and not be overwhelmed demographically by Palestinians, the Zionist project was an urgent need of Jewish immigration. According to Professor Aziza Kazoum, European colonialists would often treat local minorities and Muslim lands, like Jews and Armenians, as allies and reward them for their cooperation against local authorities. This led to increased tensions between communities. Moreover, the creation of Israel by way of a mass ethnic cleansing and displacement of 750,000 Palestinians increased tensions that already existed. All these tensions led some Arab Jews to migrate, but the number of Jews relocating to Israel wasn't enough for the Zionist Ashkenazi state builders. To accelerate the process, Zionist spies planted bombs in Jewish centers in Iraq to create hysteria and panic in order to hasten Jewish Iraqis to flee Iraq and emigrate to Israel.
I've actually never heard about that one. That's pretty disgusting, actually.
Jewish historian Avi Shleim, whose family immigrated to Israel from Iraq when he was 5, told Middle East Eye,
it was part of what somebody described as cruel Zionism. And this was particularly cruel because it involved innocent Jews, decent Jews, good.
Chat. Yeah, I too am sorry I shamed Demona. That wasn't my intention at all. Hope you accept my apology. Yeah, my dog is gonna make it far in the MLM crypto world. 100%. Some business opportunities. No posting crypto scams in chat. That's a rule.
People, and the Zionist movement or the intelligence officers turned these Jews in Baghdad and then later in Cairo. They turned them into terrorists. They turned them into spies and terrorists against their own homeland.
Over the decades, a combination of push and pull factors eventually led many Mizrahi and Sephardic Jews to emigrate to the State of Israel. But they were less than welcomed.
The Jewish community in Iraq had very little to do with Zionism. Zionism was a movement by European Jews for European Jews. And my mother used to talk a great deal about the wonderful Muslim friends that we had in Baghdad. And one day I asked her, did we have any Zionist friends? And she said, no, Zionism is an Ashkenazi thing. It's nothing to do with us. And I think that reflected the predominant view of Iraqi Jews.
And a white savior story was constructed about how
And they would call him anti-Semitic, right? The vast majority of people that are defending this stuff are calling people like him anti-Semitic, self-hating, and it's disgusting. And because of that, we're gonna do something real quick just to make it crystal clear. Wait, how do I do this? Wait, maybe I'm interested? Wait, who? Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, we'll see. Really, just don't do it in chat is all I would say. You know, no, what do you call it? No recruiting for your crypto shenanigans in the chat. If that in case is something serious. I do feel like this is just a joke that's gone on for much too long. But because of what we're talking about and because of the sort of framing of things, I'm just going to read this definition off for people. What am I gonna do with these kids? Hey, Morbius Dragon, good to see you, pal. Good to see you. Okay, here we go. Here's a definition of Semite. Semite, a name given in the 19th century to any member of any people who speak one of the Semitic languages. And a family of language which are spoken primarily in parts of Western Asia and Africa. And the term therefore came to include Arabs, Akkadians, Canaanites, and Hebrews, including some Ethiopians. So, if you ever hear anybody say anything anti-Arab, or anti-Akkadian, anti-Canaanite, or anti-Hebrew, or anti-Ethiopian, remember to also claim that they are anti-Semitic, because it is factually accurate. But you were going to be financially independent? Alright. Alright, chat has gone off the rails.
Eastern Jews were saved from savage Muslims as well as the savagery within themselves. The discrimination against non-white Jews is a well-documented phenomenon in many sectors of life in Israel, including in education, reproductive rights, the military, and others. One of these shocking stories was accusations against the Israeli government of eugenic practices. Families claimed that officials had coerced Ethiopian Jewish women to take contraceptive drugs with long-lasting effects. Critics said it could explain the almost 50% decline over the past 10 years in the birth rate of Israel's Ethiopian community. Ethiopians were not alone in their grievances. The Israeli government is accused of separating Yemenite Jews from their children when the families immigrated to Israel decades ago. The officials told parents their children had died, but
look, folks, I want nothing but the best for you, okay? But I just don't feel right saying that you should get involved in either MLMs or crypto. But that's just me.
Did not provide any evidence or the bodies of the deceased. Journalists and the families of the victims later discovered that in some cases, the children had been experimented upon in hospitals, while alive as well as after they died, in violation of Jewish tradition, and some others had been given up for adoption or even sold to white Ashkenazi Holocaust survivors. Many non-white Jewish communities from Iraq, Yemen, Ethiopia, and other places around the world have long been a victim of the Zionist racial hierarchy. Israeli academic of Iraqi origin Ella Shobat writes, "I am not asking Palestinians to feel sorry for the Sephardi soldiers who might be among those shooting at them. What is at stake in any case is not a competition for sympathy, but a search for alternative." These words...
Guys, this shit is fucking serious, and you're over here starting things with, I was really excited to start my emails with, "Hun, I know we haven't spoken in forever, but I have an unbeatable business opportunity for you." My God, chat, you have lost the pulse, okay? This is serious, and what you're talking about is crazy. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills over here. You've already sent out 10,000 emails? Jesus Christ, Mono. I wish we could get like 1% of that in this stream. Or, yeah, it should be like 100. Now that would be lit. Screw the emails. One more thing, stop being silly. I believe in you. I believe you. Okay.
In 1988 are still relevant today. What do you think? Is Zionism a white supremacist project?
Most definitely. Okay, next video. What do we got? Oh, yes. We're gonna have to, hold on, I have to set this up a little bit. I think this just ended moments ago. And this was live video. It was the UN rights chief presenting the human rights situation in occupied Palestinian territory. The live video was from a Reuters feed. And this was, like I said, from moments ago. It was still, because it doesn't refresh playlists while you're looking at them, it still said it was live, so it must have ended within the last 10 minutes.
Commissioner for Human Rights. The list of speakers
Whoopsies.
Will close.
Wait, so he's super quiet, so that's actually good. It's actually good. I'm gonna bring this back, turn the volume up, bring this back. Excuse me, thank you. Go web, go.
Deputy High Commissioner for Human Rights. The list of speakers will close in 15 minutes. Mr. High Commissioner, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, there appear to be no bounds to, no words to capture the horrors that are unfolding before our eyes in Gaza. Since early October, over 100,000 people have been killed or wounded. Let me repeat that. About 1 in every 20 children, women and men are now dead or wounded. At least 17,000 children are orphaned or separated from their families, while many more will carry the scars of physical and emotional trauma lifelong. Today, the total number of people killed has exceeded 30,000. And tens of thousands of people are missing, many presumed buried under the rubble of their homes. This is carnage. The attacks on Israeli civilians on 7 and 8 October were shocking, profoundly traumatizing, and totally unjustifiable. The killing of civilians, reports of torture and sexual violence inflicted by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups, and the holding of hostages since that time are appalling and entirely wrong. And so is the brutality of the Israeli response. The unprecedented level of killing and maiming of civilians in Gaza, including UN staff and journalists, the catastrophic humanitarian crisis caused by restrictions on humanitarian aid, the displacement of at least 3/4 of the population, often multiple times, the massive destruction of hospitals and other civilian infrastructure, and in many cases, systematic demolition of entire neighborhoods, rendering Gaza largely unlivable. The war in Gaza must end. Clear violations of international human rights and humanitarian laws, including war crimes and possibly other crimes under international law, have been committed by all parties. It is time, well past time, for peace, investigation and accountability. Excellencies, last year I described before this Council the already dire situation across the occupied Palestinian territory. In 56 years of Israeli occupation, profoundly discriminatory systems of control were imposed on Palestinians to restrict their rights, including the right to movement, with major impact on their equality, housing, health, work, education and family life. A 16-year-long blockade of the Gaza Strip kept most of its 2.2 million people effectively in captivity and destroyed the local economy. The lives of generations of Palestinians in the West Bank were punctuated by harassment, control, arbitrariness, including arbitrary arrests and detentions, and increasing Israeli military and settler violence. Meanwhile, illegal settlements continue to grow, leading de facto to increased annexation of Palestinian lands. Imagine the endless humiliation and suppression endured. Today, this situation is incomparably worse. The report which is before you makes for very painful reading. Thousands of tons of munitions have been dropped by Israel on Gaza, including repeated use of explosive weapons with wide area effects. These weapons send out massive blast waves of high pressure that may rupture internal organs, as well as fragmentation.
I have to go back 30 seconds because I just got back and was responding to something on Discord, as well as trying to research more things. But the stuff that he's been saying is just so fucking based. I don't even want to interrupt him. I'm gonna go back real quick. So sorry, chat.
Settlements continue to grow, leading de facto to increased annexation of Palestinian lands. Imagine the endless humiliation and suppression endured. Today, this situation is incomparably worse. The report which is before you makes for very painful reading. Thousands of tons of munitions have been dropped by Israel on Gaza, including repeated use of explosive weapons with wide area effects. These weapons send out massive blast waves of high pressure that may rupture internal organs, as well as fragmentation projectiles and heat so intense that it causes deep burns. And they have been used in densely populated residential neighborhoods. In Egypt's
Sorry to interrupt this guy again. I won't go back again. But if one of the mods in chat could throw up the Discord command for my dogs, it's ready enough for you to certainly join it, so go right ahead.
Hospital last November, I saw children whose flesh had been seared. I will never forget this. Under Article 1, common to the 4 Geneva Conventions, all states must respect and crucially ensure respect for international humanitarian law set out in those conventions. This responsibility comes alive when there's a real risk that arms transferred to a party to a conflict may be used in
Thank you, Mona.
violation of this law. Any such enabling of violations of international humanitarian law must cease at once. This is the core of due diligence. Over the past 5 months of warfare, the Office has recorded many incidents that may amount to war crimes by Israeli forces, as well as indications that Israeli forces have engaged in indiscriminate or disproportionate targeting that violates international humanitarian law. The launching by Palestinian armed groups of indiscriminate projectiles across southern Israel and as far as Tel Aviv also violates international humanitarian law, as does the continued holding of hostages. And I have met with some of the hostages' families, and I feel their pain. Mr. President, between 8 and 21 October last year, Israel imposed a complete ban on all supply of food, aid, fuel, and electricity to Gaza. Since then, Israel has continued to hinder humanitarian assistance. All people in Gaza are at imminent risk of famine. Almost all are drinking salty and contaminated water. Healthcare across the territory is barely functioning. Just imagine what this means for the wounded and for people suffering infectious disease outbreaks. In northern Gaza, where the operational space for humanitarian work is now almost zero, many are already believed to be starving. In all other parts of Gaza, humanitarian assistance has become extremely challenging, and this is not only dangerous but also dehumanizing.
Seriously, though.
The blockade and
Seriously,
siege
everything
imposed
this
on
guy is
Gaza
saying, I just agree with. Gonna be hard to break this one up because I just want to reiterate everything he's saying, but of course it's dangerous. This whole situation is crazy. Even when they're not bombing, you could make the argument that these people are still in danger because they're starving to death. So it's just, all of it is dangerous. Shooting Palestinian convoys or ambulances or at hospitals or at apartment buildings or refugee camps. It's such a long list that I'm just like, I start losing track of what I've listed.
Amount to collective punishment and may also amount to the use of starvation as a method of war, both of which, committed intentionally, are war crimes. In addition, almost all the population of Gaza has been forcibly displaced and thousands of people have been detained, many of them incommunicado, in conditions that may amount to enforced disappearance. Let me be absolutely clear and issue yet another stark warning. The prospect of an Israeli ground assault on Rafah would take the nightmare being inflicted on people in Gaza to a new dimension. Over 1.5 million people are sheltering in Rafah despite continuing bombardment, and it has become Gaza's humanitarian hub. A ground assault would incur potentially massive loss of life, additional risk of atrocity crimes, new displacement to another unsafe location distribution, and sign a death warrant for any hope of effective humanitarian aid. For my part, I fail to see how such an operation could be consistent with the binding provisional measures that were issued by the International Court of Justice. I call on all states with influence to do everything within their power to avert such an outcome. Mr. President, in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, Israeli forces' use of airstrikes, attack helicopters, anti-tank missiles, shoulder-fired explosive projectiles, and other weapons of war has continued to increase, with lethal results, including killings of children. The report also notes a growing pattern of Israeli forces preventing paramedics from reaching Palestinians, including children, who have been injured in such operations. From 1 January to 6 October last year had already seen the highest levels of violence by Israeli military personnel and settlers against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, since United Nations records began in 2005. From 7 October last year to 23 February this year, at least 401 Palestinians in the West Bank were killed, 102 of them children. The vast majority of cases that the office has monitored raise concerns of unlawful killings, including extrajudicial killings. In the past, accountability was very rarely served in such cases. In such cases, it is imperative that it is served now. Since 7 October, more than 7,000 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank have been arbitrarily detained. About 9,000 are currently being held as so-called security prisoners, over 3,400 of them in administrative detention without charge or prospect of a trial, and at least 606 are being held incommunicado. Mr. President, and yet we must hold on to the promise that peace is achievable in the occupied Palestinian territory and Israel. For that to work, the occupation must end. Israeli leaders must accept the right of Palestinians to live in an independent state, and all Palestinian factions must accept the right of Israel to exist in peace and security. The goal is to achieve a safer, more peaceful future for all, and the war in Gaza is taking Palestinians and Israelis further from that goal every day.
No kidding.
There must be an end to these hostilities, not only an immediate ceasefire, but an end to this war. All hostages must immediately and unconditionally be released, and the thousands of Palestinians arbitrarily detained by Israel must also be released.
Also, and I'm sure he's going to say it at some point, but the convoys must be allowed in. These people must be allowed to have water, and electricity, and food. It is imperative today. Not tomorrow, today.
Accountability must be served on all sides. A raft of measures to re-establish human rights, equality, accountability and justice must be adopted across the occupied Palestinian territory and Israel. I urge a positive response to the repeated requests by my office for full access to Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory to document and investigate credible allegations of human rights violations and abuses. Keeping Palestinians and their rights walled off, out of sight, out of mind, has not worked in 56 years, and it can never, ever work. The core challenge of building peace is for all to see and fully grasp the humanity of the other, overcoming mindsets that have been deeply engraved by generations of harm and rage, and which conceal the truth that people, Palestinian and Israeli people, are being cruelly harmed. Excellencies, whether in Gaza or anywhere else, I urge you all to avert a new era of power politics that casts aside laws, norms, and the institutions so painstakingly built to advance them. Our universal rights and fundamental humanity depend on reversing any such trajectory. Thank you.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Haut Commissaire, pour la présentation de
It sounded like he covered pretty much everything there.
votre rapport sur ce sujet qui préoccupe légitimement.
I'm going to continue watching it as long as everybody in chat is still here to watch. And to anybody who is tired, I don't blame you if you have to go to bed. Don't feel obligated to be here, including you beautiful mods and everyone else. So I just found a video while I thought wrapping up this stream. We had Scott Bakula here. We were assessing the possibility of time travel, but well, I started browsing and this happened.
Fortement notre conseil, comme il ressort d'ailleurs de dialogue de haut niveau que nous avons eu depuis le début de cette session. Selon les pratiques établies par notre conseil, Nous allons maintenant écouter les délégations des pays directement concernés par ce sujet. Et je donne à cet égard la parole à Madame à la distinguée représentante d'Israël. Vous avez 5 minutes, Madame l'ambassadrice.
So sorry. I just realized that he's speaking in French. I'm trying to think of what he just said. Something to the effect of something's happening in 5 minutes, and I was like just kind of going in and out there. I was also doing some work. But I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna move ahead and hopefully they go back to speaking in English.
Thank you, Mr. President. Israel is at war with a terrorist organization that perpetrated one of the most heinous and deadly terrorist attacks of modern times. In the early
Aside from the brutal terrorist assault on the Palestinian civilians that Israel is currently doing.
hours of October 7th, thousands of terrorists, yes, terrorists, Mr. High Commissioner, not simply armed groups, entered Israel, leaving devastation in their wake. By nightfall, over 1,200 innocent people had been butchered, with countless others subjected to unspeakable acts of violence at the hands of Hamas. The minimal reference to these horrific acts in your statement today is an affront to the victims and supports those who seek to remove these crimes from the narrative altogether. Israel is fighting in a battlefield that Hamas has created in Gaza, one in which terrorists hide behind and within the civilian population, one that the UN has witnessed being built around and below them for years and chose to ignore.
Yeah, lurk away, Mo. No big deal. I still got B-Cat, and if not her, I'm sure we have more more reasonable chatters than normal streams. So no worries. You lurk. You rest. Okay, I appreciate you. And same to you, my dogs. You get some sleep. No big deal. No big deal at all.
One in which 500 kilometers of terror tunnels snake beneath civilian infrastructure, homes, school, and UN headquarters, where thousands of rockets are launched indiscriminately at our cities and where innocent civilians are intentionally placed in harm's way. The use of Palestinian civilians as human shields by Hamas in Gaza is well known and yet constantly ignored by the High Commissioner and this Council. Israel has been told time and time again the terrorists who have diverted aid, built terror tunnels, brutally murdered innocent civilians, raped, beheaded, burned families alive, cannot be touched because they hide and...
Oh, I can't even listen to this. I can't even listen to this. We're moving on. We are moving on.
بداية أود أن أشكر مفوض السامي ومكتبه على إعداد هذا التقرير رغم ملاحظاتنا القانونية والمرجعية وتحديدا ما وقد أخذنا علما بما ورد في تقرير.
They have no translator. I would much rather hear this guy speaking for the state of Palestine than for Israel. Who else? Shit. Pakistan. I feel like everybody in this is going to speak their native language, but I'm going to skip ahead to Pakistan.
Assessment, there can be no false equivalence between the Palestinian ambassador.
Thanks for making a great space. I appreciate you, my dogs, and you're all part of that great space that's been made, so I appreciate you. Absolutely. Well, it sounds like everybody in chat is ready to go for bed, so I will actually wrap this up really quickly here after we listen to the Pakistani representative speak. So anybody who does have to leave, you do what you have to do. I appreciate you being here.
Now I give the floor to to the distinguished representative of the list of speakers, and I will also announce that the list of speakers is now closed. So, the next speaker is Pakistan on behalf of the OIC. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The OIC Group thanks the High Commissioner for presenting the report and appreciates the OIC.
By the way, to any of you who are still here listening at this moment, don't forget, if you want the opportunity, because I'm thinking of doing like fun, trying to do like Sundays as being the fun stream, right? Sunday fun day, like we did last week. I tried to be fun. We didn't do it very well, but hopefully, because I've been making stuff like Galactic Lake and other things like that, we can all have some fun together sometimes, just because we need it. So if you want to send me a picture to represent you, even if you don't want to use your own actual face, I understand that. But to anybody else in chat, yeah, do hit me up in the Discord with a picture, because I am working on some Photoshop stuff for that right now as we speak. So you have an opportunity as your original Galactic UN members.
CHR for their efforts. We have just listened to the Palestinian ambassador, and the room has spoken. The report is an indictment of human rights violations by the occupying power Israel, its military forces, public officials, and settlers. It also confirms violations of international humanitarian law, including collective punishment and forcible transfer of the Palestinian people, like the Nakba of 1948. We emphasize that in making human rights assessments, there can be no false equivalence between the occupying power and those under occupation. The report paves the way for accountability. In this context, Israel's refusal to grant access for human rights investigative mechanisms is telling. The OIC Group condemns in the strongest terms Israel's crime of military aggression, crimes against humanity, acts amounting to the crime of genocide, and systematic oppression throughout the occupied Palestinian territory. We call for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire and the immediate and unconditional entry of all aid into Gaza. The occupying power and all other states must respect the ICJ's provisional orders to prevent genocidal acts. We reaffirm our abiding support for the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, most notably their right to self-determination and the realization of an independent and sovereign state of Palestine on the borders of 4 June 1967 with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Thank you, sir.
I thank Your Excellency for your declaration, and now the floor is for
Short
Qatar
and
on
sweet.
behalf of the Cooperation
Okay,
Council.
folks, well, with that, I'm going to end the stream. Well, I hope you all enjoyed the stream tonight. I know I did. Regardless of how difficult what we have in front of us every single day, staring us in the face, from this dark abyss we call space, at least we have each other. I know we haven't fixed anything yet, but maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow we will, so stick with me till then, and maybe we'll make a difference. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.